Getting started, but here we go. So this evening are we live? And I think I'm maybe just a hair loud. Anyway, I just want to say welcome to those sitting in the room and then welcome to those online that are watching this evening as we step into our city council meeting. And to open us up, we have Josh Austin that I just have the privilege of meeting. He's with Eagle Christian Church West Valley that is new, not totally new, but the building is going to be new.
The building will be brand new.
Yes. Thank you for coming to open us in prayer and leading us in the pledge.
Absolutely. So let's open in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, first, on behalf of everyone gathered here, Father, I just want to thank you. Father, thank you for our health. Thank you for our friends and family. God, thank you for meeting our needs. Father, thank you also for the opportunity and the ability to serve our community. Tonight, I want to personally lift up Mayor Kling, our city officials, and specifically, Father, this council, and ask for you to grant them wisdom and discernment to govern according to the true needs of our people. God, I ask that as they conduct this meeting, God, that you would cover it in a spirit of unity and harmony so that much can be accomplished. For them personally, Lord, I pray that your peace would rest on them and their families. God, and that they would find true joy and fulfillment in their work as they serve our community. And as they move through the agenda this evening, Father, I pray that you would impress on them the things that are important to you, and also the things that would be a benefit to the people who live and work in and around our beloved city of Nampa. Father, I ask all of this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
All right, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Josh, thank you so much for that prayer. Thank you. So let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez? Here. Bruner?
Here.
Mucci?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer? Here.
At this time, I am not aware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Is anyone else aware of any? Hearing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda, the agenda and the consent agenda as proposed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield? Yes. And Bauer?
Thank you. This evening, we do not have any proclamations. And so the next item on the agenda are Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. It's limited to 5 persons on each item, and then, well, on an agenda item and 5 persons on a non-agenda item, and they're limited to 3 minutes. And any comments related to zoning and land use matters are made during the properly noticed public hearings. So if it's about a public hearing, you would be on the public hearing side. So is there anyone signed up tonight?
Carrie Palmer?
Is Carrie here? Hi, Carrie. Come on forward. Go ahead and restate your name and address, and then let us know what you're thinking about.
Okay. My name's Carrie Palmer, and our work address is 502 North Main Street, Caldwell, Idaho. And I work for YCAP. I'm the Director of Community Services, and I'm here tonight because we serve all of Canyon County, YCAP does, but our building is in Caldwell right now, and we're outgrowing that space for our food. And we're trying to get food out to all of the food deserts in the north end of Nampa. We have kind of split our responsibilities with our staff to really focus in on Caldwell and focus in on Nampa. Right now, we found a warehouse space that's 6,000 square feet. It's about $4,000 a month to run, and our expenses run about $2,000 right now. So we're a little over budget. So I'm coming in front of the city. I requested to be on the agenda for the 2nd of August, but I thought I'd come and just kind of put a bug in your ear to listen to if there's any space available that you might be able to give us for a warehouse for food, for all of the food, because we're outgrowing it so much, and we're supporting the school districts. We're supporting the homelessness right now, so we have lots of food coming in for that piece, and we're working with trying to get a storefront available to the north end. So we're working a lot in all of Canyon County, but we need space for food. And so I was just requesting to see if there was any funding or any monies at all to help us with that monthly rental space if there's not space empty somewhere that you might know of. So that's kind of why I'm here tonight, is just to ask all of you to see if there's anybody you know of that might have space for us or that we can be housed in for our food. Because right now, our staff's being dispersed within our school districts, and we're supporting families, low-income families that way as well, and we're supporting that community school model so that we're trying to get as much food to our schools as possible, because that's where our families are, you know, in that part of it. But we also want to reach out to all of the local people that can't get to a school or, you know, our place downtown. Because we're outgrowing it so much, we really want to be able to have one spot for all of our food and be able to reach out to as many families as we can. So hopefully you'll know of something, or there is some money to help us with that funding every month.
Thank you. So, and I'm sure there may be some questions from council, but first of all, thank you for what you do.
Oh,
And thank you for coming tonight. It's
Yeah.
really appreciated. So is the space that you've identified, is it Nampa, is it Caldwell, where is it?
It's actually in Caldwell, right off the freeway. We've looked at lots of different spaces, but they're so astronomically on a monthly fee that we just can't find anything. But that location is actually in Caldwell.
Is Caldwell providing any funding support for that, even though I know it services us too?
Right, exactly. I'm also on the agenda with them, and I'm working, I've reached out to Debbie Geyer, and we talked about that, that person there and trying to get some help from them as well. So I was thinking if all of us participated in helping with that funding, that it would be, you know, not as expensive for just one person.
And a naive question, do the school districts help?
No, they do help with space. I mean, we've reached out looking for space for our food, but it's just so tricky because of the semis that come in and out of delivering, of where we're just hubbing the food. But we are partnering with them and getting food into their locations, which has been really awesome. So they are helping us with space and, you know, partnering with us for us to support them with all of their needs, because we do energy assistance and, you know, crisis and housing and rental and all of those types of things. But our biggest issue is just a space for our food. And originally we had the idea of creating a community hub, you know, where we had lots of services going out of one spot as well. But with community schoolwork, it's kind of nice to be able to partner with them and support that model as well. So.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
We're kind of past our CDBG funding this year. We just have gotten past it and city budget, but I appreciate you coming, so I'm going to be quiet. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, just a quick question. So what's the square, so you're willing to move out of this Caldwell? What's the square footage you're looking for?
The one that we found was 6,000 square feet.
What's your ideal square footage?
That is plenty of room for us.
So could it be 4, or does it need to be 6?
It could be 4,000 square feet. Right now, we're in about 2,500, and we're like at our max. We can't hardly make food boxes because we have so much food now.
Yeah, so Mayor, if we know private businesses or anything of that sort, and I have no idea on,
Yeah.
this is a wild one, but Amazon,
Absolutely.
anything like that? Have you checked with Amazon or anything that as far as space, small space? Okay.
We haven't, no.
Okay, I'm just saying some of those things, you know,
Yeah.
the worst they can do
Any
is always
idea.
say no.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I'm willing to hear as many no's as I need to until I get a
And
yes.
and sometimes some of these companies that, you know, like to do a lot of good things.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really true.
And if you can follow up with Amy in the back, because we have different new businesses coming in, different ones that say, hey, we're looking for opportunities to give into the
Right.
community. I just had the question yesterday from a new business that's coming in. And so it would be good for our office. Thank you for making us aware, because we may be able to link you to private
Yeah.
sector that would be interested.
Absolutely, that would be wonderful.
Mayor Clayton?
Yes.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yeah.
They, YCAP partners with us every month for the traveling table. They help augment, and they also do, they're the only hub, if you remember from our meetings, the government assistance food that comes through. How many pounds of food do you move a month?
That's a good question. A lot. I know that. I don't know the answer, but I can get it for you and put it in an email. But we get emergency food, TFAP food, and we also get Idaho Food Bank. And then we also do Gap food, which is like from Albertsons and Walmart. We collect all of their, and Costco, collect all of their expired food, and then we distribute that as well.
Wow, it's a big job.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you offline and see if we can come
Yeah,
up
and,
with something.
Okay,
Thank
sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is that everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
thanks.
Is there anyone else that had intended to sign up to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item this evening? Okay, seeing none. We don't, well, mayor and council comments this evening. The only comment I'm going to make is, and I'm probably forgetting something, but it is Snake River Stampede Rodeo Week. Tomorrow morning, pancake breakfast starts at 7 a.m., runs from 7 till 10. If you hadn't planned on going, it's a great opportunity to have pancakes. It is a week for us to dress in our Western wear, and I haven't done that, but may find something at some point, I'm not sure, but it's a good week to support the rodeo. It's wonderful to have the tradition and to have it back. So pretty exciting. Yes, yeah, no spurs, yeah. Mayor, council, do you have any additional comments this evening?
I do, Mayor.
Yes.
The other day, I received several complaints about watering on our streets from an individual from North Nampa on Birch. So I was wondering if we could pass on to our street department that, or anybody as far as that goes, that if I see anyone watering on our streets, that's, especially in our drought area right now, to get a hold of the people that are watering on the streets and let them know that we're in a drought and we would like them to take a little more care. This one was Birch Elementary School, to tell you.
Was overwatering?
Right.
Okay.
And I think that gentleman got a hold of the school principal and she took care of it. But we also got some from Midland Boulevard on the sidewalk. So if we could just watch that when our employees are out and about and get a hold of them and let them know that it's better just to water the grass instead of the street, because nothing grows on the street, so.
Thank you, which brings up the topic that we have reached out to say, please conserve water. So today I reached out, Jeff did on my behalf, and we had a meeting with Nampa Meridian Irrigation District to talk about really the state of the water and where we are, and does it really make a difference if we conserve? And so we had a really good discussion, and sometimes what happens when you ask people to conserve, they hoard, and then they really saturate their lawn. And really what we're needing today is we have asked people, because of some of the, Pioneer has reduced some of their water flow. So we've asked people, and we've reached out via social media next door to ask people to please water at night, which not to water at night, to water during the day, because the heaviest usage is from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. And so people are having reduced water flows. Am I saying, I think I've got this. If I'm wrong, when you come up for staff report, you correct me. So anyway, so it is something we're talking about and looking at. And the great discussion, I think, today was let's look to our policies as we look to the future to what we need to put in place. For example, alternate watering days ought to be something. We live in a drought area, a drier area. It's not always a drought. But maybe we ought to have it a standard that we alternate days. Just figuring out how can we be as efficient with our water use as possible, because what happens when we run out of water early, the farmers have to go to wells if they have private wells. Well, that just reduces our water, our aquifer. And so we really want to do whatever we can to be as environmentally friendly, really watch that water. I say it because I'm a huge proponent of agriculture. You know what? We need our crops to produce. We need to be able to harvest the crops at the maximum capacity. If our yards get a little bit brown, or if city property isn't perfectly green, actually, I would much rather have a crop that gets to come out of the ground than have everything beautiful and green all the time. So that's kind of my opinion. I think we need to support agriculture and be good stewards. So good comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, so we're ready for staff communications. And actually, Rodney, Jeff, are you gonna go first? Rodney? You're up, Jeff. Go for it, and Rodney, you're next. And that we have no agency or commission report. So, hi, Jeff. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's good to be here. Thanks for your time. Just a quick update from the world of Public Works, Nampa. As you might know, Nampa is the largest full-size Public Works department in the state. So I'm going to kind of go through a few of the divisions and what's going on. In your packet, first of all, in the domestic water side, in your packet, there's the 2020 Water Quality Report. And you will see that we had an outstanding passing grade there. So there's over 1,100 samples that happen every year. We monitor, we sample, we report. And that's Keith Begay is the superintendent, Nate oversees it, and they do an outstanding job covering 560 miles of water lines. So anyway, a good report, and that'll be something that you can use to answer questions about the system if it ever comes up. Irrigation system update, you guys touched on this a little bit. We did get a chance to talk to Nampa Meridian, and we want to follow up with Pioneer just to gain some more information about what's happening. But we did send out flyers to the community requesting them to rotate from odd, even days to watering, depending on their address. And then we also asked them to water between 10 and 5 p.m., so 10 in the morning to 5 p.m. And that sounds a little bit backwards from what you're told, because typically it's water at night, and that's the best time for the soil. But right now, a lot of people are watering at night. And so that's really the time of day when the pressure is highest, is during the 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we did send out those requests to the public. We do want to thank the Nampa citizens for their cooperation in all this. And like the mayor said, I think there could continue to be, we're in the high desert, challenges moving forward, so we got to be prepared for those. Next is the wastewater treatment plant. I appreciate their 2-page summaries when I look through them. It's only a $180 million project, so if they can get it on 2 pages, that's probably not typical, and I really appreciate that. So anyway, the Zone D is underway. That's the largest of the projects. Jacobs is in this week, and they're interviewing subconsultants, so there's a lot of action down there. So everything is proceeding, and if you have any other questions like that, for sure we can get back to you this week or on what's happening at the wastewater treatment plant. I do want to highlight one item at the wastewater plant, and that's the RV dump station site at the entrance to the facility. So there's 2 dump sites there. RVs use them, probably 100, we guessed, a week utilize those dump facilities. Also, carpet cleaners in the area, maybe 25 a week use those. And then there's also one company that uses it. And because of the wastewater treatment plant project we need that for staging. And so we are closing that facility starting on October 1st, 2021. We want to get the word out to the community as it's going to be an impact. There's 3 locations in Nampa that you can dump your RV or a business. 2 of those are free. One of those is $5 per time. So with that, they get about 5 calls per day on that, and you might have questions that come up regarding it. We anticipate in 2025 to reopen that, depending on how the project goes down at the wastewater treatment plant. But we're extremely constrained for space, and that's just kind of where we're at. So, and I'll stand for any questions, Mayor and Council.
Jeff, this is a simple one, but you'll post a sign of notification there at the site so that anybody that uses it will see it, that it will be closing.
Yes.
Okay.
That, as well as our full circulation with social media and other avenues that we use. So
I think the greatest is sitting right there with all those people that go
Yeah.
there every day, that they see a sign posted right there.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay.
Council, do you have any questions? Randy? Councilman Haverfield, I should say.
Thank you. I was gone over the weekend. I didn't see in our packet the information that you said that was in our packet.
I'd like to take a look at it.
So can you
which item was that? I'm sorry if.
one of the first items you mentioned.
Okay. Okay, that was the water quality report? It doesn't sound like that.
you said
That
it
may have
wasn't in
not
the
made it into the, okay.
I didn't see it.
I'll make sure I distribute that.
And then is it Wednesday that I think we have an executive meeting as far as for the wastewater treatment, to go over the strategy on that, the GMP. Is that correct?
I don't have a lot of information on that, Councilman, but I
Maybe
can
you guys
certainly
can
get back
follow
to
up
you.
on that.
Yeah, I'll follow up.
Okay,
I just want to make sure that it's still on, so.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
will get back to you.
thank you. Yes. Okay. Jean says pages 184 on the quality report, depending on the version you have. So, thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Rodney? Rodney's going to update us with the quarterly density report, which is great to hear. Thank you for these updates.
You bet. Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so in your packet, you should have, can you switch over in the screen? Thank you. You should have this in your packet. I can zoom in close if you need, but I figured probably what would be most helpful for you to see is just generally where these are going and the amount of development that's happening. So this is for a full year over the past year, but we just update you each quarter. And as you can see, these are preliminary plats, and so they're going to take a little bit longer to develop out. Of course, the final plats have to follow up after these preliminary plats. And these preliminary plats are kind of all over the city this time. In the past, you may remember we've had a lot of development happening in the northeast and the southwest. And these preliminary plats, though, are showing that they're kind of, in the future, they're kind of going all over the city. So record numbers, we've never had this many subdivisions going in just a year. And you can see the total numbers there at the bottom, kind of hard to see right now, but 1,595 for single-family dwellings, and then 174 for the multifamily. Just again, a quick reminder that 174 is going to be low because sometimes the apartments come in and they don't go through the subdivision process. Then short plats are the next one there. There's not a ton there, but it's good to see some of those short plats filling in, doing some infill in our community. And then our final plats. Again, as we've seen before, the northeast and the southwest are really developing, but it's spreading, and we are getting a lot of those infills. Final plats are what you're going to see real soon. Right? You're going to see either they're going up just in the next year or two, and you can see the numbers there is 1158 for single-family dwellings and 80 dwelling units for multifamily. Do you have any questions for me?
I would like to say, so why this is important, the projection from a preliminary plat to a final plat. So the final plat's what we're going to be doing, and this is a role that as we move forward, the Senior Director of Development Services is going to be working with finance when we're looking at, you've got the building permit, which is the final side. You've got your preliminary plat, which may be 2 to 5 years out, maybe, and the final plat that may be the next year. So when we're going to look at long-term financial projections, it's important for us to have an idea of what we think our new construction projections are going to be. I think we've kind of talked about this, but this is a piece of that puzzle, a very important piece. Rodney, I just appreciate you guys tracking it.
Yeah, you
And
bet.
then we'll tie that to building permits, and it really helps us, give us an idea of how to forecast and look where we're going to be financially with the city.
And Mayor, just as a reminder, at the end of the calendar year, we'll do those building permit comparisons and go into a little more detail at that point.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So Rodney, now that you have, or now that Patrick has the new advisory board for the impact fees, and also, which needs to be, I believe, needs to be increased to catch up to this development, or these developments. And the other thing would be, another objective would be to increase the permit fees and all that, and from that, because we're behind the ball with that. we're not caught up to that. I think the last time they were increased was in 2004. I know Hubert did a heck of a study on that and kind of showed how we have not progressed like other cities have.
Right.
So if these developments are coming in, our constituents are having to make up the difference here. And I'd like to see that really addressed. I mean, Hubert, it's a good thing that we need to do to keep you going in that. So if you could think about that, that's a major priority.
Mayor and council, we have already thought about it. We're ready to go. We've already analyzed them, but we wanted to do the zoning code amendments before we brought those changes to you. But we're ready to
You're
to
ready.
move forward.
Good for you, thank you.
And the permits, Patrick knows we've done the analysis with the other cities. We have a good idea of where we need to go, which permits need to be increased. You also have to keep it within, well, there are a lot of parameters. I won't go into all the details,
we
but
know.
Patrick's been researching and we're actually ready to address those too. So, yep, we're tracking it.
Thank you, Mayor.
But thank
Way to
you.
be on top of it.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Rodney. Okay, we're ready to move into new business, and we'll start with action item 5.1. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for the FY22 budget and authorize the public hearing on August the 16th. So are there, okay? There's a motion and a second. Boy, it's not the way to start. I'm going to get my mouth and brain to work here tonight. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
So action item 5.2 is to authorize the mayor's signature on a professional services agreement with Safe Built for the not-to-exceed amount of $45,000 with a contract completion date. Patrick, we're going to change this completion date to October 1 instead of October 20.
Okay.
And the reason for that has to do with fiscal year, and I'm sorry, I didn't get to talk to you about that before we came up, but that way we're not authorizing an expenditure into the next fiscal year. And we also, I think we have a plan for next fiscal year
we
in
do.
this anyway, so we'll do October 1 on that.
Okay, I'll amend the contract then and bring it over
Yeah.
to Teresa then.
So move, Mayor, with the amendment of October 1.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.3 is an action item for the council to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the annual irrigation pipeline replacement FY21 project with Granite Excavation. This is for $42,675, and it is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.4 is an action item, and this is for the council to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for pipe procurement FY21 project with Ferguson Enterprises for $266,838.10, and this is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.5 is an action item for the council to award and bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for the irrigation water quality upgrades FY21 project with Challenger Companies in the amount of $166,250, and this is approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.6 is an action item, and this is for the council to award a bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for the Nampa East Airport Taxi Lane Hangar Sewer and Water Extension Project with Big Bite, Inc., and this is in the amount of $478,919.70. It's been reviewed and approved by legal and approved in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.7 is an action item to authorize the Public Works and Mayor to sign a task order with DKS Associates for engineering services for the ITS, which is the Intelligent Transportation System, and IVAS. Remind me what that is, the? Thank you. In the amount of $340,000. This is time and materials not to exceed, and it was approved in the FY21 budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Glean?
Yes.
I think some of this was on grant, correct? So is
Alright.
this the true amount that we'll be paying?
When you say grant,
Also from Amazon, excuse me.
that would be correct.
Yeah. I thought there was two funding processes. One section was the funds or a grant, and the other was Amazon, right?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, yes, that 1.5 million was a contingency money from Amazon, and then we're also, part of this is approving a letter to ITD requesting another 1.2 million from ITD, their share of those in lieu funds from Amazon. So
Okay,
most of this is going to
But
be,
the city of Nampa is out only 340,000 after, right?
correct, yes. But, let me check on that amount. 250,000, excuse me, from city impact fees.
Yeah, okay.
Mayor, just, I know, I'm sure it's in there, Jeff. ARPA, help me with that acronym.
American Recovery Act.
Recovery, yes.
It's the ARPA funds, the American Recovery Act.
And they're contributing $1 million.
Mayor and Councilman,
we're
that's what's
hoping-
proposed, yes.
we're
There's a
hoping
broadband element to the ARPA funds, and the ITS is using that broadband interconnect to, so the signals talk to each other. And so there's an element of that, so that's where the $1 million is
So
coming.
when are we going to find out whether these two parties are contributing ITD and the ARPA for the 2.2 million?
After the councilman, after the meeting, if you approve the letter, send it off to ITD. They've already looked at it, and they're generally okay with the layout of the distribution of the money that we're proposing. So we'll find out when they have time to discuss it, but we'll keep in touch with them. And then as far as the ARPA funds, I think that's a city council decision that's upcoming.
It will come before city council. We're looking right now, we're doing the research and finalizing the criteria. And even though we've got I can't remember, 8 point whatever million right now, we will have another 8 point whatever coming in. And I'm sorry, I forget if it's 8.2 or 4. When that comes through, it sounds like a lot of money, but when it comes to the infrastructure projects with Public Works, it goes very quickly. We're looking at the prioritization of those projects, and we'll bring it to city council for your review and then to help make that determination. So you'll have the opportunity to weigh in on it. This will be a proposed one if the council would so choose to do that.
Yeah, Mayor, I might want to add, they have a demo of the cameras at an intersection with some of the software that's going to be there for the police and for traffic. And it was focused on Library Square, and we just watched it as a group for about 10 minutes. And already the collaboration between the police, the traffic folks, and the engineers in the room, they taped 2 accidents there, so we were able to watch, see what happens. I mean, it's going to be a game changer for safety and for efficiency as we grow that program in the city.
Did you catch any bad guys?
You'll, yeah,
traveling that time.
yeah, we will. So.
I'd like to see that one of these days if we could.
Yeah, and that, what you're approving now is the final design, and we're looking at just after the first of the year going into the construction and implementation, so it's really super exciting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Jeff, forget the name of the officer that spoke to us at the Napa Development Corporation last month about being able to tie in that camera system with a camera system inside the parking structure. Do you know if they've been able to accomplish that? You said you were at Library Square.
I'm not sure, Councilman Haverfield, but I know they definitely can. They're going to be tying it into private cameras along roads. They can track a perpetrator. So that definitely can happen. The demo was just for, I think, one signal, and so they mounted it with several cameras.
I know
but I
it's,
can get back to you on that and find out.
well, if you wouldn't mind,
Yeah.
Darrell, don't we have a meeting tomorrow morning? Okay,
8 o'clock, so he can get with us at 8 o'clock.
yeah, come at 8 o'clock with that answer.
Okay.
There you go.
You love us, Jeff, I know.
When you say they have a meeting, it's the NDC meeting that begins at 8 o'clock here
Gotcha.
tomorrow morning. I think we're good.
Thanks, thanks.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
So we did have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer?
5-8 will be considered a little bit later in the evening. We've got a couple of unfinished business items that I think we could go through. So we have, let's see. We could do items 1 and 2. They are both requested to pass under suspension of rules. And 7.1 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for reconsideration of zoning map amendment from single-family residential to multifamily residential at 916 East Colorado, 915 East Bird Avenue, 908, 912 South Elder. And this is for modification of two-story style multifamily apartments for Brandon Wallen, representing the Kennedy family.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide RMH zone designation for certain lands commonly known as parcels R11455011, R11455010, R11451012, and R11451013, located at 916 East Colorado Avenue, 915 East Bird Avenue, and 908 and 912 Elder Street. Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 3.94 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, rezoning property from RS6 to RMH, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as RMH on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to the conditions of the city council, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So moved under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass this first reading of ordinance under suspension of rules. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
And Mucci?
Yes.
Item 7.2 is an action item, and this is requested to pass under suspension of rules also. It's the first reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment to residential professional for the previously annexed Lava Falls subdivision, originally addressed at 2718 East Locust Lane, for Sawtooth Land Acquisition, representing all property owners of lots within the Lava Falls subdivision.
No, an ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide RS6 zone designation for certain lands located at 2718 East Locust Lane, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 11.84 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Rezoning said property from RP to RS6, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as RS6 on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to the conditions imposed by city council, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a few minutes, we have an executive session planned for the end of the meeting, and we have a few minutes before our public hearings are scheduled to start. In that the public hearings are noticed, we cannot start them before 6:30. I would like to suggest that we adjourn into executive session, and we'll come back at 6:30. And I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061F to communicate with legal counsel or public agency to discuss the legal ramifications or options for pending litigation controversies yet not yet litigated, but imminently likely to be litigated. Is there a motion? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Haverfield?
Yes.
So everybody gets to take a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes max. So enjoy a break, and we'll be right back.
You, oh, well, how are you doing?
Okay, I think we're ready to get started. There's a lot more people here.
Good.
Okay, so I would stand for a motion to adjourn out of executive session.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we adjourned into executive session and we're back in. And just so everybody knows, we don't vote on anything during executive session and we clearly state what it is. But there's a whole different group of people out here since we left. So a lot of people got here. Yeah. So we are ready to move into our public hearings. And we are going to start with public hearing 6-1, which I believe is being, I got to get to that page. We are going to ask for a motion to continue this one again. I think we're done with continuations after today, but we're going to ask that action item 6-1 be continued to August 2nd. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
It's been moved and seconded that we continue the Nampa Industrial Wastewater Capacity Policy to August 2nd. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner? Yes. Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Sauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Action item 6-2 is to adopt a public hearing to adopt the CDBG 2021 Annual Action Plan and authorize the mayor to sign the documentation required for the submittal of the 2021 Annual Action Plan to HUD on or before August 16th. Matt? Just go ahead and I think he'll turn it on.
Planning Council. Yeah, we're here today to talk about the 2021 action plan submission to HUD. As you know, we prepare a plan every year to tell HUD what we're doing with the funding that you guys allocated back in April. This particular year happens to represent our fifth action plan as part of our 5-year consolidated plan. So this will be our last plan in that 5-year consolidated planning process, and beginning as part of next year, we will actually incorporate and prepare the next 5-year plan as we move forward. But this will be the final year of our previous con plan. So the plan basically is me preparing a report to HUD, which identifies all of the funding that we allocated back at the April 5th and 9th council meetings for all of the funding that was allocated to us during the 2021 program year, plus some prior year program year funding. Just as a quick reminder, we do have a few federal caps on funding. The first is, of course, the public service cap, which is at 15%, and then our administrative cap, which is at 20%. We have funded below those levels. I would like to point out my typo in the memo. When I talked about the public service cap at 15%, I put 111,426.80, and that should have been 118. So I added an extra one there, which is above what we funded. Otherwise, it would have been under what we funded and we would have had an issue. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that that was a typo, and we have funded under the 20% or 15%. Otherwise, we did fully fund the administration planning budget at the full 20%, and this is anticipation of having that additional con planning cost associated with hiring a consulting firm to help us in the preparation of that. So we will have kind of a one-off additional expense in this next program year that will sort of go away as we move through the next 5-year con plan. So otherwise, did you guys have any questions about the memo?
Mayor Kling? I do have one.
Yeah.
I noticed that we don't have the Boys and Girls Club mentioned here. Are they still going to receive fund, or is that, because they're not listed on our list?
They did not turn in an application for this current round of funding. So they did receive some CARES Act funding with the COVID response, and then they had allocated some design work on the prior program year.
Do they have opportunity to resubmit down the road?
Of course, every year, we typically put a call out for applications each February, as we did this year. We will make those, we'll review those and make funding recommendations usually around in April. And so every prior applicant I invite to apply every single year. And then as I identify new people that show interest, I try to also extend them a personal invitation to apply as we get in preparation for that application round, so.
Okay, thank
But I'll always make sure they're invited to the table. And then I guess the last thing I think I wanted to mention, if I remember what it was. Oh, the action plan for your review hopefully was out on the website. I don't know if anybody had any questions about it. You're free to ask. If that was the only one, then I do just remember what I want to say. As of this meeting, I did not have any public comment. So we opened up public comment in June 17th. We had to do at least a 30-day public comment period. We're here at the 19th council meeting, and as of this moment, I have received no comment from our public notifications, so.
Okay, so you didn't have anything you wanted to show us tonight
Uh,
as part of your presentation?
I did not have a presentation other than what was presented in the memo, yeah.
Okay.
So this was something that we actually, council's already authorized. I just put it into a program that HUD requires us to submit it through to accurately represent what was funded on the April 5th and 9th meetings, so.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and this is both our applicant and our staff report. So Matt, we're going to open public hearing
Okay.
and see if there's anyone signed up to testify. Okay, so it is a public hearing, and we don't have anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that would like to testify regarding our CDBG plan for the year? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. All in favor? Okay, council. Any further questions, or go ahead?
I'll make a motion to adopt the CBDG 2021 Annual Action Plan as presented to us this evening.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Levi? Bauer? Munchy?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Okay, we're ready for public hearing, action item 6.3. This is an action item, annexation and zoning to single-family residential for Spyglass Ridge subdivision at 11544 and 11642 Iowa Avenue for 48 single-family attached lots, 14 single-family detached residential lots, and 17 common pathways, open space, storm drain, and buffer lots for a gross density of 7.43 and a net density of 13.17 for a Copium investment. Is the applicant here this evening? Good evening. I think you know the plan. Just share your
Yes, I
name and
do.
address. And
It's William Mason with Mason and Associates. Our address is 924 3rd Street in Nampa. We've had a little bit of a change in what we're requesting. Originally, when we came before the Planning and Zoning Commission, we were requesting the density with a conditional use permit. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the annexation and the zoning, but denied the conditional use permit. So we've decided to take that conditional use permit request off the table, which was for 0 lot line townhomes. And we have reduced the number of lots accordingly. So we're now asking for 40 total single-family lots. I'm going to try to make this work. So during our Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, we had a lot of feedback from the neighbors. They didn't think that what we were proposing meshed with their neighborhood. So one of the things that the Planning and Zoning Commission said is that we don't comply, or we're not compatible with the existing homes. So we adjusted that plan to eliminate some of the lots and go to single-family detached townhomes. And you can see this is the area. The long-term, the land use map in your comprehensive plan actually calls this an RP zone. So if we had asked for an RP zone, could have came in with commercial and apartment complexes. That would give us about 122 dwelling units. That's obviously not compatible. So we went with less when we came to planning and zoning, the commission, and we were still maybe not compatible the way the commission wanted us to be. So we went from our original request of 62 lots to 40, which is about a 67% of the total that we had originally requested. So you can see we're off of Iowa on the north side, surrounded by medium-density residential. And we figured, well, that's kind of almost a spot zoning in your comprehensive plan. So rather than ask for something like that, we would ask for a residential zone instead. This was our original proposal with the 0 lot lines and a few single-family detached houses in there. This is the new layout. So all of the detached, or all of the lots now are detached housing. And I think I have a different slide in here that'll show the comparison of the two, but these are the park areas that the project architect was planning. These park areas would be open to the neighborhood, including the other neighbors in the other projects. Again, that's a different style. There's some elevations of the proposed houses. And I'm going to skip through most of this because I think we'll come back to it as you guys consider your approval or denial based on the city's adopted comprehensive plan. I just, again, like to say the comprehensive plan calls this an RP zone or suggests that it be an RP zone, and we don't think that's really compatible with the neighborhood. So I don't know if that other slide is available, Christy.
Mayor Kling, question, Will.
Yes.
Just to be really clear, tonight, there's no townhomes being considered.
That is correct. What we're requesting is an annexation and a zone to an RS6.
Single
And
residence only.
Yes, and we have a layout that we believe that we can make feasible and that better meets the neighborhood's needs.
So Mayor, I guess we're about ready to go. So who's building these homes?
So Copian Investments is planning on doing the buildings or the general contracting. I don't know if they have
Or
a
are they
builder.
allowing different builders to come in then, or they?
I don't think they've selected builders yet.
Okay.
So you can see the plan view to the right is the blue lines are our proposed final lot lines. There's red lines that are in between. Those were the original 0 lot lines that have been removed. So again, we have a plan that's in the original presentation that has the actual layout. I just wanted you to see that we eliminated a substantial number of those 0 lot line type houses.
Mayor Kling, I have a question.
Yes.
What are the proposed square footage of these homes?
During the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, they were talking about 2,000 square foot attached housing, so 4,000 square foot total. So I'm guessing that we'd be in the 2,500 to 3,000 minimum and potentially bigger than that now that we have bigger lots.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So it's quite a bit different than what you had before.
Correct.
Thank you. I think everybody says that, right? Okay, so what I want to ask you is this: are any of your roads entry, exit, or connection to the other subdivisions? Like, is it Beaverhead Street? Or
Beaverton Street.
Beaverton Street, or are your entries, exits all by themselves?
So our street that is on the south side matches the Hunters Point entrance off of Iowa. The street that goes off to the east actually connects to Beaverton about 400 feet, maybe 350 feet north of Iowa. And then the street on our northwest corner actually goes into the Carriage Hills Street that will be stubbed out in the future.
I see, so it would be easy transition to and from. And would it increase the traffic to the subdivisions that are already there?
I don't believe that people are going to go through the subdivisions to get anywhere because Iowa is right along our south boundary. So anybody that's going to travel through Nampa would get onto Iowa either right there at the entryway that's connected right there. In fact, to be honest with you, there's probably going to be people that come from the subdivision to the north through our west street to get to Iowa.
Okay, so what if, since Iowa is a two-lane, one-way, east and west, is there any idea of expanding that street to a turn lane of some kind? Or, I don't know, there's already one there, right? There's not, right? Okay, so that's what I'm
That
thinking
would
about, that
Be
traffic
a good
there.
question for Rodney during the
Okay.
staff.
Right. But that's not in your plans, though, right?
No, not right now. It's just 2 lanes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Is that the one to the east? Yes, so the subdivision to the east is still in the county, and that road is actually a highway district road. During the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, the city engineer, Daniel Badger, said that that road hasn't really been taken care of by the highway district, and until it's up to city standards, he wouldn't want to annex that into the city.
So the frontage that is on Beaverton, the half that would be a portion of the Spyglass would be improved to those standards, but the other half that's still in the county would not.
That's correct.
So what would be the width of the road section then?
That's a local road section, so it would probably have a 56-foot right-of-way with a 18.5-foot to back a curb from center line on Beaverton.
Are there any questions for Mr. Mason? Any further questions? Okay, so you know the routine, and we'll have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christy? You did well with the Western theme today. Good for you.
Thank you. I was the only one in my building.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Jeans are not normal attire here, but it is rodeo week since you weren't here earlier, and we're trying to promote our Snake River Stampede Rodeo. Good job.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you this evening is for approval or denial of the annexation and zoning to RS6 for Spyglass Ridge subdivision. The property is north of West Iowa Avenue between Midway Road and Middleton Road. As stated, the Planning and Zoning Commission denied the conditional use permit and the preliminary plat request for Spyglass Ridge subdivision in May. And so the action that's coming before you this evening is just what's left over, which is the annexation to RS6. So the project is completely surrounded by RS7 zoned property that has been developed into single-family lots. The city's sewer and water and pressure irrigation systems have adequate capacity to serve the units on this property. The applicable regulations for annexation and the applicable regulations for zoning are all listed in your staff report for when you are ready to make your motion. The future land use map has designated this as residential mixed use. So the RP zoning, as he was referring to, would have been appropriate zoning for that, so that it wouldn't have been a spot zone according to the comprehensive plan. However, we do have a caveat in our comprehensive plan to stretch surrounding zoning or adjacent zoning. And in this case, it's medium density residential, and it does have the option to stretch it onto this property so that it will match the surrounding properties in the subdivisions that are already established. The property does qualify as infill, as it is enclaved, and they have proposed the single-family lots to meet those infill requirements. So according to the distances from schools, they are 2.7 miles from the high school, they're 1.7 miles from the Lone Star Middle School, they're 0.8 miles from the elementary school. Compass has determined that more employment is needed in this area when they do a comparison between housing and commercial or job-oriented properties. No farmland is being consumed by this development, according to their analysis. There is 368 acres of farmland existing within 1 mile of this project. The nearest bus stop is 2.9 miles away, the nearest park is 1.2 miles away, and the nearest grocery store is 1.5 miles away. Considering that the CUP was denied for the attached units and the applicant does desire to continue with the rezone or the zoning to RS6, you could recommend with the concept plan that is in front of you today that they enter into a development agreement so that when they have to, when they're ready with that concept plan, they can come back with the preliminary plat to planning and zoning to be approved, and then that way, whatever conditions you apply to the development agreement will be held to. We did receive public input from many of the neighbors. There was also a list that was emailed to you today with comments that were received this morning. We received standard comments from the building department, the fire department, police and fire and police and engineering. Police and fire comments were based on the previous layout. They just saw the new one this morning, so they haven't had a chance to do an analysis on the new lot count for you. So should council choose to approve this request, staff recommends the approval with conditions as listed in your staff report and any possible conditions that you'd like to add through the development agreement process. And this is your potential motion. I'll stand for any questions.
Christy, can you remind me, are the pathways, is there connectivity on the pathways to the surrounding areas? Do they have any pathways in there that are connected to the adjoining subdivisions?
Oh, you know what? Let's go to the layout here.
Because I know one of our goals is that we have connectivity in our pathways.
So, Mayor, right along the waterway that kind of makes that curve around the top, there is a pathway designed into that comes out at that top cul-de-sac there and goes around, and then the rest of it would connect into the sidewalk network and out onto Iowa.
And who does that, where else does that connect up?
It actually
pathway?
doesn't, because the waterway goes around, and so it
So it
doesn't
doesn't
make
go
a
over, it's
connection.
just-
Yeah,
Okay, so internally, there is a pathway.
yeah,
But it isn't connected.
throughout.
Is there any other area it could be connected to, any other pathways?
Yeah.
To the roadway? Okay, and that qualifies for the connectivity? I think it's just important because we do have a principle within the city that we have good walking pathways and they're connected within the city.
Yep.
It connects to the sidewalks as well that
Okay.
are on the roadway.
Okay, so there will be, what I think I hear you saying is sidewalks will be put in at the
As
time
part
of
of
this
this
development?
subdivision.
As part of this subdivision? Okay. Are the properties adjoining this, do they have sidewalks? The county sub would not. If they were to annex into the city, they would be required to put a sidewalk in. Is that correct or
That
not
is-
correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
Well,
it's
with
correct.
any
As a
building
condition
that
of
they
annex-
would be doing, that would be correct as a condition of their annexation.
Okay, at the time. Okay. Councilman Haverfield?
Thank you. Christie, I was just trying to pull up finally came up, the map as far as with the zones. It appears there's an RS7 to the north and west of this property, is that correct? And across the street as well, RS7, and then a mix of RS18, is that still there? But that's more across from the Verde Hills subdivision.
That's correct.
What is the property to the east above Verde Hills? What is that classified?
So Councilman Haverfield, that's enclaved directly north of the RS18. That's enclaved, so it's still in Canyon County. That's a Canyon County
And north
subdivision.
of it,
North of that is RS 8.5.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Christie at this time?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
Now, I'll go back to you on the turn lane. going into this subdivision. Is there one on Iowa for the other subdivisions? I don't recall if there's or not.
So Councilman Rodriguez, I'm going to try to look at this.
Cherry Trail West, I guess what I'm concerned about.
I don't know that one has been designed into the frontage right there at Iowa, but since this hasn't been developed out, I don't know what their, what engineering has required from them. That might be a question for Caleb to answer. He's here this evening from
Okay.
engineering.
I'll ask him then.
Okay,
Thank you.
great, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Could you turn your mic on? Thank you.
Sorry about that, thank you. So when this was advertised for this hearing tonight, was it advertised with the change of 40 single homes or single residential homes? Or do we have a room full of people still with the idea that we're looking at the 48 townhomes, et cetera, and looking at these comments, that's kind of what I'm going off of as well. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on that first, and then if so, I'll have a follow-up question.
Okay, Councilwoman Levi. Yes, so the advertisement that went out had the original information from the original request because we did not have a revised request at that time. So we put out the information that was part of the original request. It was listed from the original hearing. It was kind of pulled over. So I imagine that that is why they're here this evening. Most of these people were at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing where those two applications were denied. And so I think this is just a follow-up to make sure that that denial maybe stays in place. I don't know.
Follow-up, please. So my confusion is this. If I remember correctly, earlier, I believe it was the applicant that stated that the change was made this morning. So do we traditionally do business this way?
I think that could be also a legal question as far as the posting of the public hearing and the change that came forward at the last minute.
So the CUP was denied, right,
Correct.
and not appealed. So essentially, they're asking for a site plan that's consistent with a concept plan that's consistent with the zoning, correct?
That is correct.
And the zoning hasn't changed. That was advertised as it is.
That is correct.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I think that's consistent with the notice for the zoning. We're not deviating from that.
So what was publicized is the annexation and zoning to RS6 single-family residential. What has changed are the number of, it's for 48 single-family attached and 14 single-family detached. So the number has changed, but the actual zoning request is not. Correct? So what I think I hear you say is that it's okay to proceed based on that because we're actually approving an annexation and zoning to RS6, which is what was notified.
Correct, Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor, with the concept plan that may fit that. Again, you still need to determine whether you think annexation is appropriate.
Mayor,
Thank you.
So
And we'll follow up with Councilwoman Levi.
So I'm still confused because what I have listed here are 48 single-family attached. And then what was said by the applicant, and I can't remember if Councilwoman Mucci had clarified as well. I think she just clarified that townhouses were off the agenda. But I've got written down twice 40 single-family, which is different than the 48 listed.
Well, he said that he has modified his plan. He's moved away from the 48 to 40 single-family. Originally, he said they had 62 lots. They've reduced it to 40 total lots, is what the applicant stated earlier.
Right.
So there are, he is intending 40 single-family detached homes that are ranging in square footage from 2,500 to 3,000 square foot per residence in an RS6 zoning.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Levi.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, Munchie, I will get it right from here to here.
I've been Councilwoman Bruner too, it's okay. So I would like to ask legal another question because I did pick up I did pick up the paper from this zoning. I think from the perspective of not sitting up here, I'd be really confused right now, especially if I submitted comments. I'm not sure how I would feel if I was in your shoes right now, because I appreciate it. I don't think it was compatible, so I'm glad that you've made the change. But I don't know that the comments we've received from people here tonight are relevant. So, do they feel they're relevant to what we're being asked to do tonight, since they thought it was submitted for a different project or a different scope of the annexation and zoning?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, so the zoning hasn't changed. They've reduced what was being proposed. I suppose you could, if the council was inclined, you could have staff renotice it for what they're requesting. That would entail them coming to another hearing and kind of taking 2 nights out of their schedule. But allowing them to comment on what was proposed, and then the smaller amount of lots, they could do that tonight. That's up to them. But ultimately, whether you want to have this heard tonight or sorry, there we go. Okay. So, Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, the zoning is what it is. They're proposing to reduce what their request was. But you could decide if you wanted to conduct another hearing and have it renoticed to their proposed change. You could do that. As I said, that would entail those folks coming 2 nights to provide comment. But that part would be up to you. But the zoning hasn't changed. They're reducing what their proposal is. So
I appreciate that. I'm not sure how the rest of this body feels, but I feel like we just got it too. And I feel like it feels like 2 different projects. And knowing that it's just an annexation and that the zoning hasn't changed, it still feels like there's due diligence. I feel like people should have the opportunity to comment, and we should have the opportunity to review a little bit.
Councilwoman Mucci, just if this will help, they will still be required to come back for another public hearing for that preliminary plat, should the annexation and the zoning be approved. So they will have another opportunity to hear it as it's proposed with this concept.
Mayor, just to follow up, and I appreciate the consideration, and it's up to these citizens as far as I'm concerned. I personally would like to move ahead with the zoning, et cetera. And those who have signed up to speak, if they have any questions, further questions as far as what's happening, I would think that would be the appropriate time for them to come up and do this. But there's no way I can put myself in your position, but if I did, I wouldn't want to come back here and sit through another council hearing. So anyway, that's what I would, that would be my suggestion. I see a few head nods, but I don't see that very often, so I appreciate that.
So another option would be if at the conclusion of public hearing, which would allow the opportunity for public hearing, if we could continue the public hearing. If we felt like with a continuance, I don't think we could change the notification, but there would be additional information with it. Could we do that if we continued the public hearing? Listen tonight, and if it's necessary, we could do a continuance.
Madam Mayor, remember to speak into the microphone. You could do that at the end of the hearing and provide additional notice if you wanted to continue the hearing to note what their original application was and what the modified request was. But I guess you can kind of gauge that after you receive the public comment.
Thank you so much. I think that's how I would like to proceed, because you guys have taken time to be here this evening. I would like to have the opportunity to, those of you sitting here that have seen the application, that you've seen staff report, you have the opportunity to testify tonight. If we feel like we need to continue the public hearing, we could do so. But that way, you haven't sat here for naught. And then for those that are on the other public hearings, you get to sit here longer. So,
Mayor?
Not intentionally, it just is the way it is. Yes, Councilman
Just,
Haverfeld.
point of clarification. So are there any attached homes, or are they all detached?
Councilman Haverfield, there are no attached homes in this layout.
Just wanted that to be clear.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Okay, are there any further questions for Christy? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So this is a public hearing, and I just want to remind everybody, because we have a couple more after this, to please hold any comments. We cannot take comments from the audience as we're going through. Please, no applause, no, just keep it very quiet. And we've been complimented before on how awesome our citizens are in respecting the process, so thank you so much in advance. When you do testify, you have 3 minutes, and the clerk will actually give you a 30-second warning when you're out of time. When you come forward, please state your name and your address, and then whatever your comments are. In your head, you're going to be rethinking a little bit because the plan has changed. And so I have a quick raise of hands. How many people are here to testify on this public hearing? Okay, so how many are here for the next public hearing? 1, and what about the ones after that? So we have a few more. Okay, perfect. Well, we'll get started. And so for those that have signed up, and one thing that you can do too, if you don't wish to testify, when we call your name, if you say, you know what, I don't wish to testify, but this is how I feel, we will so note that if you prefer to do that. So, or if you want to say, you know what, I agree with the person in front of me, you're welcome to do that. So we'll start with number 1. And so Nate, I'm going to have you read the person's name, and then we'll go forward. And then do we have any online tonight that you know of? And when we conclude, I may go ahead and reference the emails that we've had so that we can actually talk through those just a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and start with those in the
Mayor, we
room.
do have
Yes?
at least one online.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Nate, who's first?
Paul Haskew?
He's the one online.
Oh, there you go. So Paul, are you there?
Hi, this is Paul Haskew. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I guess I just wanted to thank the developer, first off, for listening to the feedback that they received during the planning and zoning meeting and switching the plan from townhomes to single-family detached residences. I do have a couple additional items that I did want to bring up. I actually had a family emergency occur at my home last week and had to rush my son to the hospital. And it took over 15 minutes for EMT services, fire, and police to arrive. So when we talk about a shortfall of emergency services, it truly is, and this was a life-threatening situation for my child. Apologies for getting emotional. It's been a trying week. Nevertheless, the other concern that I have is the intersection that they're proposing there with Hunters Point. That particular intersection has had multiple accidents. There's no signage stating that there are intersections coming onto the road on Iowa itself, so people don't realize that there's an intersection there and they come speeding up over the hill. I do appreciate that Nampa PD put their radar trailer out there. I believe it's helped people to slow down and realize that they are speeding over that 35-mile-an-hour limit. The other part of it is the portion with Beaverton Road. That's currently a county managed and maintained road. I know the developer had plans to improve 200 feet. I don't know if they've had the opportunity to discuss with the neighbors on that street to see what other things may need to be done, or talked with the county about finalizing improvements on that road to make sure that it's compatible and we're not just improving the entrance of that area. Another concern that I had was the zoning itself. They're asking for RS6. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding how RS6 zoning works. I'm seeing that a lot of these lots are over 6,000 feet. I'm hoping someone can correct me. It may be an average of the lot sizes. If so, the average is that there are more 6,000 square foot lots than there are under that size. So I did have that question there. I think that's all I have for now.
Paul, thank you for your comments, and I hope that I think it was your son, is doing okay. And it's unfortunate that there was that kind of response time. I think we've got, Jeff Barnes is in the room, and so Jeff so duly noted that his transportation questions or comments, I appreciate you making those comments, and so we will absolutely take note of that. So thank you very much for your comments. And then staff, where he had questions, or Mr. Mason, if you guys could respond at the conclusion, make note of his questions so that we can comment on those when we get done. I would appreciate that. Thank you again. Do you need the questions restated, or do you have them? You got them? Thank you, Christy. Okay, thank you, Paul. So who's next?
Slobodan Stevanovic?
Go ahead and come forward and share your name and your address. Thank you.
My name is Slobodan Stevanovic, and my address is 2450 West Foxglove Drive, Nampa. And with all of these smaller communities that are being built all around the established communities that are much bigger, like they have walk paths and more areas to walk around, and they're paying a lot. And I'm moving in Carriage Hill North soon, so I will be one of those who will be paying more for amenities that are there. And I heard that you are asking about connecting to the other communities. And by this community being smaller than the other ones, I don't see it fair for the other people that are already paying higher. So for example, these communities, they will be probably like they're single family homes, so they can match with the communities, but can they be annexed to the other HOAs so they have the same duties and obligations like the rest of them? And also, like, for example, this community, it says it's a couple of miles away from a school, bus stop, and I forgot what other stuff was there. But is there any pathway for a kid to walk to that place or not? So those kind of, or it's just a remote and you need a car for anything that you're going to do in that community. And wondering if city is going to, for example, if it's ever approved this project, is city going to build a sidewalk all the way to that so that people can walk to the school?
Thank
So
you.
that would be it.
Okay, so noted. So Rodney, when you guys come back at the end, you can mention the sidewalks, because I believe that same would hold true for Carriage Hill today. Is that correct? As far as the connectivity and sidewalks the whole way, or does it not?
So, Madam Mayor, I think the question that he's getting at is whether there will be sidewalks that extend up to the school from this location, and that would not be the responsibility of this developer at this time. It would just be for this property. Yeah, so his question is, can the city require or install the sidewalks to connect to this, to the school? And that's just a question that
So we
have to
will
go through
hold that.
budgeting.
So we'll hold that for discussion at the end. We'll have a discussion around that. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you very much. Okay, who's next?
Don Adams, it's noted, does not want to speak and is opposed.
Okay,
And we have Mila Stanovic?
Mila, okay. Would you like to speak? No. She's online?
She's opposed, yes.
Okay, the challenge with the opposed right now, and this is what Councilwoman Mutchie got to, is that the opposition was based on townhomes, the opposition was not based on this development. And so that's where we'll go through this, but we'll have to see what you guys have to say that are present. If you're still opposed, and then we'll have to make a decision on the continuance. No. Well, we'll listen. Okay, go ahead, and who's next?
Julian Erdem also does not wish to speak.
Okay.
Go through them all.
Just go through the names, and then if someone's here, we'll make sure they come forward.
Amy Hayes,
Is Amy Hayes? Does she, it doesn't say whether she's here or not. Is Amy Hayes here? Okay,
Krista McLaughlin,
is Krista here? Okay,
Dennis Page,
okay,
Christina Whitworth,
okay,
Ben Kinoshali.
Kinshello. Okay. All of these are people that were opposed based on the prior plan.
Derek Smiley says does not wish to speak, was noted in favor.
Okay, he's in favor but does not wish to speak, okay?
Tammy Blacker, Leslie Harrier.
Okay.
Then I have Felicia and Gerald Pye.
All right.
Michelle Campbell.
Is Michelle here? Okay. And again, these are all people that were opposed, and so they're noted in our notes as opposed, and this is, yeah, we'll keep going.
Jolene Dilly.
Okay.
Carly Cahoon. Neil and Robin Squires. Neil is noted as wanting to speak. I don't know if he's
Is Neil here? He couldn't be here? Okay.
Miranda Hasty. Jeff Wade. Jeremiah Hasty. Allison Aiello.
Okay.
Blair Wade. Alice Hayden. Natasha Combs. Rosalind Farley. Michael Farley.
It's a lot.
There's a lot of people, but we had,
David
Nope.
Calhoun. And Renee Hawley and Dan Hawley. Rainey.
Randy, you're here. Oh, good. Thank you. Jump up. We're glad. And go ahead and restate your name and your address. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Rainey Hawley, and I live at 11162 West Troyer Drive in the Nampa Carriage Hill North community. And quite a bit of change since I was opposed before. And I do want to thank the developer for truly hearing the concerns of the neighboring communities. I'm much more at ease with the current plan. However, I am not opposed to growth. I am moved here myself with my family a few years ago, so I understand the need. And it is a fact that our community is growing faster than what we can do. I do see that this modification of the plan does help dampen the stress of that area with the traffic. I can appreciate that. But with all of the new growth, I don't see new schools being built. I don't see more fire stations being built. And we were on our way across town in an caught by an accident the other day, and there was traffic just both miles. So I do appreciate the developers' modifications. I would just strongly encourage that it maintain that modification. With the single family, it will at least help alleviate, but to please consider, before we allow much more growth to the city, that we address the shortfalls that we currently have with the fire department and the police stations and the schools. The schools are going to be busting at the seams. So I do appreciate the developer for listening to the people, and I would encourage our elected officials to also consider the whole picture of our community, because we love it here. So thank you for that.
Thank you very
Mayor
much.
Kling?
Yes.
Before you sit
Councilman
down,
Haverfield?
Ms. Hawley, can I ask you just a question? So you're not opposed to a single-family
No.
development like this?
No, I was opposed to the more dense housing because it just put more traffic burden and more safety issues. With less housing, larger lots, it better fits with the compatibility, I believe, of our neighboring communities and helps ease the tension off of those safety resources.
I appreciate knowing that, because that's our concern as well, as there's compatibility and transitional zoning. In our packet, just so that you know, we do receive feedback from the school district, from the fire department, from the police department, all the different agencies. And I know that Fire Station number 6, which is coming and is going to be coming soon, will be this fire station that will service this area and give a lot better response. So just so that you know that that's in the works.
That's good to know. And you'll see, I sent in a comment, and it was opposing what I thought was the multi-family. I didn't realize the change. So just know, I'm not opposed to the single family. It was just the overabundance of homes within that small area.
Thank you. Okay, next.
That would be me.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Dan Hawley. I live at 11162 West Troyer Drive in Carriage Hill North. I'm still opposed, and my reasoning has nothing to do with whether it's single family or multifamily dwellings. It has to do with the police shortfall and the fire department shortfall. I was sent a letter from Eric Skoglund that he wrote to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Now, at the time, it was talking about the 38 multifamily lots, and I realize that's been changed, and I want to commend the developer on listening to the community and changing that. That is very big. But the fact still remains that even right now, before any new homes are built, we have, according to Lieutenant Eric Skoglund, we have a shortfall of 40 officers and 19 support staff. Now, the proposal for this, they recommend a commitment to fund 0.27 additional officers and 0.09 support staff. That's all well and good, but these are phantom officers and support staff. We don't have what we need right now. So I believe that continuing to fund phantom officers, phantom firefighters, phantom support staff is not the best way to ensure the public safety. And I'm not opposed to growth. I believe growth is essential for any community, but it has to be done intelligently. And I believe a moratorium on growth until the shortfall is addressed would be a viable solution. It would help secure the community. We are, the area that we live in is far away from the nearest fire department. It takes them about 8 minutes to get there right now, they said. So I understand new one's supposed to be built, but until it is built, we still have these problems. And when the new station is built, who's going to staff it if we don't have the people there? That's my position on it. Like I say, I am opposed due to safety hazards, safety issues.
Thank you. So just staff, so I have 3 items right now that we're going to discuss in council during our discussion time. 1 is sidewalks, 2 is the police ratios, and the 3rd is the fire. So during discussion, we'll come back and revisit all of those. Thank you very much.
Nancy Taff.
So you're still opposed and you do not wish to speak? Okay.
John Taff.
That's okay. Go ahead and tell us your address.
Thank you.
John.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is John Taff. I live at 12474 South Sunrise Mist Loop, Nampa. I face this, and I look at that intersection still on the map to this day and think, how many accidents are we going to get on that hill? And I applaud the fire department. I applaud the police department for putting up the radar thing, but it really, unless it's taking pictures of the speeding, it's flashing all day long. All right? Summertime traffic, boats are increasing, residents are increasing, money in the valley is increasing. Everything on Iowa went out of control. So it's, I'm sorry, very moot, because I think as we all went, what do you mean 48 townhomes and this and that? And we said we already went to battle against that. There's no new on the news. And we all put up our arms and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I applaud you for listening to planning and zoning. I think there's a bigger underlying problem that was addressed by the speaker further last time. I don't know how to address it, but the percentages from each development will never carry a 30-year employee on fire, will never carry a 30-year employee on PD. It won't even carry a 30-year city worker. Your percentages are down for what's going on in the county. And I also agree with the moratorium idea. Until you can catch up as a city with your city structures and the amount of people coming into the city, we're doomed. We really are. You have a huge undertaking. You are so far behind the gun. The police chief in 2018, or the police chief, I'm sorry, the fire chief in 2019 said, we're short 12 people already. That was 3-4 years ago. 12 people. That's a 30-year career for 12 people. Same thing, 40 officers for PD. You think they just come in and go, I'll take my 2% here, my 2% there, my 2% there? They're there for the city. They work for you and us. I'm sure I went way over my time. Thank you for,
think so.
thank
You're
you,
fine.
thank you for considering everything that has been said tonight. I'm sorry that we all had to come up here and get so up in arms, but when I read the posting in that, it was just like I read it in May. I'm like, why are we doing this again? Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, sir, before you sit down?
Yes.
Do you live in the established neighborhood, the Loop area across from the original Carriage Hill? Do
If
live
you
in
look at that
area?
map, I'm off of Thacker, which is the lateral that runs the loop.
Okay, so you're in the
My backyard
Older
looks at the
established
speed trap.
yeah. Okay.
And I had farmland forever, and I came here to die, and now I have to wait 10, 12 minutes to die, and my family, you know.
Don't die. Don't die. We don't want you to die. Okay, yeah, you've been kind of at the epicenter of all the growth around you. It's
Well,
Come
it's
all
not
around.
my fault. It just came at us too fast. I think it came back at everyone too fast. But we kind of got to put the brakes on to fix what's in my little pea brain, the problem ahead. We're so buried right now. And I think it's Meridian, I think it's Eagle, I think it's Boise, I think it's every single city in the area that's buried. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
J.J. Johnson?
My name is J.J. Johnson. I live at 11700 West Mateo Drive in Nampa. And I want to thank you for doing your public service. It can't be easy at all. And I would like to thank the developer for listening to the people's voices, because it makes a big difference. It makes a huge difference. And I initially came in, I was thinking, boy, I'm just going to come in, and I was loaded for bear. And he took the wind out of my sails tonight, which is good, and I'm glad. I'm truly glad for it. There are some things I would like to state, though, and that's one is that, in planning, there's a thing, and I'm sure you're aware of it because you're way ahead of all of us in this, and with this housing, and it's smart growth. And I think that's what we're all looking for, is smart growth. And with that, it's due diligence. And one of the things that was brought up is the water quality. And in the Nampa 2040 plan, which, by the way, is a very good plan. Thank you for putting that together because it's a great framework. It shows that there's a planning for, that there's a vision. So thank you. In it, I can go in it, and I went into the water quality, and I was thinking about the generations, because with growth, with a developer, one of the things is water, right? And you were addressing the wastewater as a planning committee, but not the filtration water. And that's something that needs to be addressed for generations and right now. And if you look at the uranium levels and your 75 uranium levels, your next two testings, you're going to be at hazardous levels. Can we get to the next slide? And the other thing is that your arsenic ranges right now are 75 to 80% of being hazardous. and that's the city water. So why is that? And that's because it's anything that you're doing. It's because of the replenishing of the aquifer. Can you go to the next slide, please? Because in your 2040 plan, one of the things that was a footnote, and if you go deep into it, the DEQ said on recommendation 8 to conduct a study of the hydrological effects of ag land and the filtration back to the Snake River Basin. And I want to ask you if that's ever been done, because I could not find it. And that ties into high-density housing, because it's all drawing from the same aquifer. And it's just not Nampa, it's Treasure Valley, right? And we're talking about water for generations. And we're talking about water now. And we should all be concerned about it. I know my time's up, so I thank you for your time.
JJ, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for a living?
I was a subsurface engineer in the oil industry for 30 years, and I'm actually a PhD student over here at NNU.
Well, JJ, I noticed, I remember you from last time.
And I'm also a military veteran.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your information. It's good. And Jeff, on behalf of our water department, could you guys follow up maybe on some of this research that she's done? Thank you. JJ, thank you.
Stephanie Bradley?
Okay, come on forward.
Mayor Kling,
Yes,
can I ask Jeff to include something else as far as?
yes,
in
while
his-
Stephanie comes up. Uh-huh.
Hey, Jeff? Could you check into the amount of drawdown of the aquifer for use of watering agricultural ground versus residential?
You know what? I'll let you follow up with Jeff in the back, since we're already into the next person. But Jeff, why don't you guys, you can visit with Jeff right there,
Did you
Thank you.
catch my question, Jeff?
the drawdown of the aquifer.
As far as the drawdown versus it?
Thank you, Jeff. Okay. Okay, so go ahead and restate your name and address. Thank you.
Stephanie Bradley. I live at 12438 South Sunrise Mist Loop.
Thank you. Can you turn that mic up just a hair so it catches your
will.
voice better?
I have a soft voice.
Yes.
I do want to thank the developer, too, for listening to us in reducing the number of homes. I am concerned about the intersection at the top of the hill, which everybody keeps talking about. When you're coming from Middleton and headed up to Midway, you go to make a left turn on Hunter's Point, and you have to be very careful to really stop, because you'll catch somebody coming from Midway, and they'll be in your blind spot, and you don't see them until they get right up to the crest. If you're going to put a through street to the new development, you're going to have a problem there. And I am concerned about that. I'm concerned for kids trying to get to school when it's dark in the mornings. And if you've got county property there, you're not going to be able to build a sidewalk unless you get the county's approval to go all the way then to Middleton to go on to the elementary school. So just food for thought.
Thank you very much. Thank you for
Thanks.
sharing that. So, you know, I was just thinking about that. We need to so note that, because it sounds like no matter what we do, that's a safety issue. And so I was just going to ask, double check, but I think Jeff is tied up. If that is a city road right there, or if that's Highway District 1, does anybody know off the top? It is city. Okay, so it's ours to deal with. Okay, so we'll follow up on that, because it sounds like no matter what happens, it's a safety issue. Thank you. Okay?
Francis Bradley?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for being here, and thank you for listening to our concerns. I live at, well, it's my wife, so we live at the same address. We good with that? Okay. That particular intersection, of course, I drive through multiple times, and as my wife pointed out, just today I was driving it, and if you're in a lower car, the car disappears coming from is it the east? From the east. I mean, it just disappears, and I caught myself making the turn and almost caused an accident because I didn't see the car. If you add the road across there, the thing I'm going to encourage you to do is look at increasing a turn lane may help that. But again, it's a blind spot. Until you drive through that intersection, I can show you maps all day long. You're not going to see what it is, and I encourage the city council, just on one of your days, just drive through that intersection. You get to go to the lake anyway, and take a look at how the road disappears in that one spot just before the turn into that. It is very hazardous. The police and fire issue is going to be a continued issue for every city in the nation. I would encourage you to try to address that issue. The last thing I want to talk about, and kind of dovetail on what my wife said about the sidewalks. Kids get picked up in pitch black now because of the time change and all those things. There is no continuous sidewalk on either side of that street heading towards that the elementary school, and that's a problem for the kids if they do. Buses stop there all the time, but take a look at the sidewalks and see what you can do to address that issue. I am for this single-family resident unit. My neighbor's probably not going to talk to me for a few days, but that's okay. I love you anyway, John. So, but I encourage you to take a look at that for child safety in trying to get to school, those that walk, especially with more kids moving into the neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
I have to say, I've so appreciated our comments tonight. Thank you so much. And welcome to our world where you can't do it to be liked, right? You got to try to make wise decisions. I do want to say, Eric, I'm going to probably call on you later during our discussion time and you can do the research right now. The question that I'm going to have for you, I just don't want to put you on the spot later, is are your numbers based on a 1.5 ratio or based on maintaining our current ratio of 1.2? They're based on 1.5? Yes. Okay, so we're going to need to talk about that. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Terry Smith.
In light of the fact that there are changes to the proposal and that it would probably take me 3 minutes to get to the microphone, I will decline to speak at that time. But I am in favor of the changes.
Thank you, Terry.
Terry, I think it'd take you 4 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
John and Janice Moot.
You didn't think you signed?
Mayor gives us a chance to thank him for his service.
Yes.
Sean Moot, 11140 West Brett Drive in Napa. And I'm concerned about our kids. I don't see any playgrounds there likened to what we have in our tract where the kids could, on the monkey bars and things like that. And I think they may have to play baseball in the street. I don't see any facilities for that. So think of the kids too. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Greg Bartholome?
No need to comment.
Belinda McBurney?
Hi, Belinda.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. You do have a very tough job, and I thank you. I live at 11914 Iowa, and I was opposed to this vehemently. But now that he's changed it, and I really appreciate, again, that, like everybody, that he came back with this, because I'm sure it was not an easy change, and there are finances involved. So we do appreciate that. I did say at the last meeting that I was not opposed to single-family homes, that I actually thought Toll Brothers owned that and was eventually going to get to putting the single-family homes there. But since everything's changed, I did want to bring up some concerns, and I have heard from people about the shortage of police officers and public safety. And we had somebody that testified at the last planning and zoning about a 30-minute response time. And her neighbor had collapsed. And they got to her at 20, I believe it was, I can't say for sure, but I believe if my memory serves correct, 24 minutes for fire and 32 minutes for the Canyon County paramedics. She was a retired RN. And so my biggest concern is public safety. Another concern is if we don't have water, we don't exist. And I'm just starting the research because I've had, in the last few days, I had our well tested. They came around, I guess they do this periodically. And I've had people make mention to me about water. And I'm just starting my research on it. And so I don't have a whole lot, but I do know that Nampa draws their water from the aquifer, the Snake River Basin, and that there's 14 wells. And I'm concerned about this unprecedented growth. What's the impact going to be on our water? Because if we don't have water, none of us are going to be here. So that's something that I'm looking into, and I would hope that's already been addressed and is being addressed. And my concern too is what JJ said. Our water is having some issues. So I'm very concerned about that. I even saw some information that there's hexavalent chromium in our water, and I'd like to know that that's not true. As I said, this kind of caught me off guard. I didn't have enough time to do a lot of research, but I will continue my research. I thank all of you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Debbie DeBoard.
Here, but I don't wish to get up to speak, just to say that I do agree with previous comments about the imbalance of excessive growth versus services and water.
Thank you.
Bonnie Kronberger.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Bonnie Kronberger, and I live at 12486 South Sunrise Mist Loop, right across from Hunters Point intersection. And that is a big concern, and I've noticed there is no shoulders. So in order for the subdivision to be developed with a more than 2-lane road and a turning lane, the electrical lines would have to be moved back, which I know is an astronomical expense that wouldn't want to be done. So with the current situation with the road, there's no possibility of making turning lanes. And without turning lanes, adding another entrance and exit right there by Hunters Point, right at that apex of no visibility, you have to come to a stop, no turning lane. So that is a huge, huge safety concern. I have a grandson that's starting to drive, and it terrifies me to think of him having to pull in and pull out of Hunters Point to come and see me. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Lainey Moore.
Thank you.
John Moore.
While John's coming forward, I just want to thank you guys. Thank you so much for taking time to come this evening and to share your thoughts. It's invaluable. And I know I'm sitting here thinking, I am really appreciating hearing their comments about growth and how we manage growth, and it's invaluable. So thank you.
Hi, my name is John Moore. I live at 11924 West Buteo Drive in Red Hawk Ridge. I was opposed, that's why I came here, but now that the developer has changed it, I am not opposed. I did have a couple of questions. One of them was, will they have to have a new conditional use permit? It was denied at the Planning Commission. And the other question I have is, won't they have to submit a new plat as well to the Planning Commission? And in regards to traffic, in regards to the traffic, I owned a construction management firm, and we provided program and project management to public entities. And we dealt with projects over $100 million. And we always recommended to our clients that they go out and get an independent consultant, traffic consultant, to do an analysis of how that project was going to affect the community. So I just thought you might want to think about doing that. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to turn to Christy to just, because others may have those same questions, could you just answer the two questions that he just gave us? That way the other people that are yet to testify have the answers.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So a conditional use permit is not required because the conditional use permit was for the 2 units attached together in an RS zone. Now that they're going to be single family, that's what the RS zone is for, so the CUP will not be required. A preliminary plat for this new layout will be required, so that will be another public hearing in front of Planning and Zoning that will come after they submit another package to us. As far as the traffic impact study goes, I don't believe that this would reach the threshold to require a traffic impact study. That would be a question, again, for Caleb.
Okay, thank you so much
You
for
are
addressing
welcome.
those. That way, if someone else is wondering and has those same questions, they're resolved.
You bet.
Thank you. Okay, next.
James Hayner,
I am opposed and I do not wish to speak.
Thank you, James.
Robert Montgomery, Marlene Montgomery,
And they were noted as opposed based on the original notification.
Tony Engel,
So, I'm Tony Engel, and I live at 12232 South Hunters Point Drive. And I just want to compliment all of you. I think this is a very well-run city. I've only lived here a year, and I just want to thank you for that. What a treat to have a city run like this. I do agree with the new plan, and I appreciate that the developer listened to all of us for that. I am very concerned about that, the entrance onto Iowa. That is the scariest place. Every single time I drive there, it freaks me out. Because, and you all need to drive there and just look at it. There's this big hill. You're coming this way. You can't see anything. You just pray. Oh, I pray nobody's coming. And there's 40 more dwellings. That's at least 2 per dwelling. That's 80 more people that are coming and going every day, plus their visitors. So you have to multiply the number of people that are going to come and go on there. So I really encourage you to please study that and look at that. Also, this same kind of thing is going to go down the street. They want to put one on the corner of Middleton and Iowa. This is going to go on and on. And if you look at some other well-run cities, they do the infrastructure before they do the development. So there are concerns for fire, there are concerns for police. I think you already know that. And I know that there's a yin and yang for, okay, do we do a development? Do we do the infrastructure first? What do we do? So I think that is important. Please consider that, not just for this development, but the other ones that you're doing. I do have a question. Are there, I don't see any recreation areas within that development. So we have a pool. We pay for that. People come from all the other places, get into the pool. They jump the fence or somebody lets them in. I mean, I like kids to have fun. But the fact of it is, where are these people going to recreate? So I have a concern about that. And also, is this an HOA?
address that at the end, but it's a
Okay.
good question.
Because if it's an HOA, at least, so there needs to be more recreation within that development to incentivize people to stay there. And also, I want to know if it's an HOA, because I don't want purple houses and orange houses and greenhouses. So, because it undermines the integrity and the house values and all of that kind of stuff. So anyway, you guys are awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Herb Stanberg?
Here, I have no comments except that about water, sidewalks, and the safety at the intersection.
Thank you.
Melita Stanberg? No comment. Brooke Sheeler Atkinson?
Brooke Schiller Atkinson, 12499 South Sunrise Miss Loop, Nampa. Good evening, Mayor Kling and City Council. Hello, neighbors, or I should say howdy, neighbors, and thank you for being here tonight. I'm a fifth-generation Nampa resident, and I am concerned with what I am seeing done by our public servants on City Council. What are the responsibilities of our Nampa City Council? It is your responsibility to represent and do the will of the people of our community. It is to ensure the safety and security of all citizens. It is to preserve and ensure the resources we have remain available, such as water, power, roads, etc. Is this what you as council members are doing? We feel you are not addressing or listening to the concerns and the will of we the people of our Nampa community. After speaking with Lieutenant Skoglund today, he has informed me that we are experiencing a shortage of 42 police officers. It is also my understanding that we are short 18 firefighters. These shortfalls further jeopardize the safety of our neighborhoods, community, and the potential safety of our emergency responders. Adding more high-density housing, which we've changed the plan tonight, but adding more housing at all, in my opinion, will only increase response times and further decrease our public safety. Your actions have only exacerbated the current situation. By you continuing to approve developments at an unprecedented speed, why are you not allowing infrastructure and our emergency services to catch up? Honestly, I'm opposed to the approval at this time. I do appreciate you reducing your, the amount of homes from 48 to 40. I am curious to know what the proposed lot size is and the green area, and it's kind of like you just stuffed a bunch of homes and then put a little yard in between them. So it's not much of a revised plan. And again, I am opposed to any development at this time. I call for a moratorium on any development in the city of Nampa. Mayor Kling, on the City of Nampa website, you state, people matter, your voice matters, right? I say prove it tonight. The public safety and the will of the people of Nampa must be upheld and honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Boyd?
Thank you.
Richard Klein?
Go ahead and come forward if you have more to say. Go ahead and. We'll go back to if your voice matters, we do need to hear it. So thank you for coming forward. Thank you. Go ahead and restate your address.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Richard Klein. I live at 11461 South Cross Slope Place. I'm right across from the development, and we have this amazing view out to Squaw Butte, which we're going to lose. But a couple of things that haven't been brought up is garbage. and the drain on the power grid. Every time you add houses, you got air conditioning, you got electric lights, you got more garbage, and I think that you need to consider this. I mean, Pickle Butte's getting pretty full out there right now. I don't know where it's going after that. So if you consider that in the plan and what you're thinking, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for making the walk forward.
Laguna Klein?
Thank you.
Marcia Carr? Rebecca Green?
My name is Rebecca Green. I live at 12377 South Sunrise Mist Loop. My entrance to my home is directly across from the proposed development and the intersection that everyone has talked about. And I first want to thank the developer. Thank you for listening. I think that is awesome when we can come to a resolution and we don't have to have you guys get involved and say no. So thank you. I have no problem with this. Moving forward with 40 homes, that is awesome. That fits the surrounding areas. You've done everything we asked. I do have something to ask of the city because Iowa Road is so dangerous and everybody talks about the kids walking to school and sidewalks, but all of my kids went to Waihe Elementary right at the bottom of that hill. And that intersection on Iowa and Middleton is so dangerous that we bus our kids. They're not allowed to walk to school. It is a big no-no because that intersection is so dangerous. There's no sidewalks, there's no crosswalks. There's not even a crosswalk. I mean, come on. That's not okay, not to have an intersection that's safe for kids. There's not sidewalks. That's all been addressed. Also, that intersection that they want to put all these homes across from is dangerous. I have personally been rear-ended twice in the last few years coming in and out of my home. The first time, thank heavens, I just dropped all my kids off. I was the only person in my vehicle. I was hit by somebody going 45 miles an hour up that road when I was completely stopped. It completely split the bottom of my car in half. It is not okay to put more homes. You cannot see. Second time, luckily I was rear-ended. Not nearly as much damage, but my kids were in the car. And that's scary to me, that you're thinking of putting more homes when it's not safe for our kids. The other concern I had was safety. So I have lots of friends that are police officers. I have lived in Nampa, raised my kids in Nampa. I have lived in this valley my entire life, and it has changed, and that's okay. Change happens. Lots of wonderful people have moved in. I am not okay with the shortage of our police officers. My friend that lives in Carriage Hill West gave me permission to share her story tonight because she couldn't be here, and she was one of the names that was read. She had her family all over to her house in Carriage Hill West, which is right behind this development, for 4th of July. They were in the end of their driveway lighting fireworks with their family. They had their 18-year-old son and husband out lighting the fireworks, and a drunk driver was coming through their neighborhood. He was on a golf cart. He was not in a car. He was on a golf cart. But still, he's a drunk driver on a golf cart. He's gonna hurt someone. He was visibly drinking while driving and obviously very intoxicated, swerved to hit her husband and son. They had to jump out of the way. He then flipped around, almost hit her neighbor's house and took another pass at him. They jumped in the car, called 911, and followed him so the police could respond. When they got a hold of dispatch, the response from dispatch was, "I'm sorry, we don't have enough officers to respond. Try to figure out where he lives and call us back. We'll get to it when we can." That's not okay. That is so not okay. Our public safety is in danger. In Minneapolis, the citizens just sued the city and won. Theirs was because they were defunding police officers. We're not doing that. Luckily, here in Nampa, we respect and love and appreciate our police officers, and I'm grateful for that. But they won because they showed there was an increase in property damage and personal damage. They showed that there was an increase in violence, and they won. And we're to that point that our city is in crisis, and I ask you to look at those two things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Gail Newcomb?
I don't wish to speak, but I do agree with almost everyone that's spoke tonight.
Thank you.
Greg Newcomb?
I agree with what's been set up at the podium about safety and all of that. I know there's going to be growth. We're newcomers in the area. We've only been here a couple years. We knew it was going to grow, but I think it's growing way faster than any of us thought.
Thank you.
Arlene Salsi? Mariah Lyman?
Maria Lena, yeah. many do we have after this? So we have about another.
Hi, thanks, everybody, for doing what you do. I know you don't get paid, and it's tough and all that, but I'm Maria Lyman, 12967 South Aranco Way, Carriage Hill North. I just want to share one thing, and it's very, very personal, so excuse me, everybody. But I lost my mom at 21 due to fire, okay? Had we not had fire trucks come fast enough, she died anyway, 21 days later. But it's really an issue, okay? The cops, the fire, all that. Another thing is I appreciate that you're going to put homes in instead of townhomes. But my issue is that, are they going to have a pool? Are they going to have anything? Are we going to have a light? My backyard is on Lake Lowell. They fly up that street like bats out of hell. It's just crazy. And same with, the lights. Are we going to have lights? Are we going to have a roundabout? Are we going to have sidewalks, crosswalks? I can't even walk my dog down there. We really need some changes. And, I'm sorry I moved here too almost 6 years ago, and I love it. I wouldn't change anything, but the infrastructure is not catching up to the houses that are being built. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have about 15 more names to go through.
Whitney Altmanberg.
I'm not speaking, I just agree with the comments and the concerns.
Thank you.
Dave Boney. Ray McKenzie.
I'm Ray McKenzie. I live at 12362 South Sunrise Mist Loop. And what I'm going to say is probably redundant, but at least it shows I've been paying attention. The intersection is extremely dangerous, and if you bring traffic across from the other side that has to cross one lane to go east on Iowa, that will further increase the danger there. There are not continuous sidewalks down Iowa to the elementary school, and there are 3 elementary schools altogether on Iowa. And so increased traffic is going to be an increased safety hazard for school kids. If they do continue the sidewalk on the south side of Iowa, the kids, to walk, would have to have an intersection or a crossing right at the top of that hill, which would be extremely dangerous. And so there are a lot of safety concerns, and I appreciate that the developer has listened to the comments, but a lot of the comments aren't based on the fact of the number of houses. I mean, it's reduced the pain a little bit, but the pain still exists because of the increased requirement on infrastructure and services, which I don't believe are going to be adequate to address that. So I'm still opposed to the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Trina Nielsen. Curtis Nielsen. Carol James.
Yes, I'm opposed as well. Exactly what the gentleman was saying about emergency and safety issues until we get that resolved.
Thank you.
Timothy and Nadine Waller. Cheryl Higley.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way here in Nampa. And I was wondering if I might ask a question before I begin. Probably Rodney would be able to answer it. I was wondering what the net density for this amended proposal is.
So this was submitted after our staff report was done, and so there's not been an analysis done yet.
Okay,
that density.
that makes it more difficult for me, but I will wing it.
The
All right.
applicant will know that, though.
Does the applicant know the net density?
So this is a net density, and it's minus the roads and the common space, so it would be at 7.98 lots per acre.
Okay, thank you. All right. Dear Madam Mayor and council members, I have come to many city council meetings, and I know you have a really tough job, and I appreciate your service. I have predominantly agreed with your decisions. However, I want to let you know that I'm very concerned about the trend that I see happening in the southwest quadrant of Nampa, where there are several project proposals to convert empty lots to higher density developments. The cumulative effect of all these projects will further exacerbate the existing problems, which you've already heard, traffic, underbuilt infrastructure, as well as our police and fire departments, which are already understaffed. This jeopardizes the public safety of all current and future Nampa citizens. Is it not irresponsible to ignore these shortfalls and to continue approving more project proposals to the detriment of your constituents? Who knows, it could be you or your loved one whose life, limb, or property is in danger and cannot be reached in time to be helped due to the shortages in public safety staff that we are currently experiencing and don't seem to be being addressed. Okay, sorry, because of the changes, it's a little bit altered. While this amended proposal is an improvement, I still have my concerns about this project. The main two are regarding applications pertaining to annexations and rezone. Per the city code 10.2.3C, an application must meet the criteria for being reasonably compatible with adjoining properties. While this is an improvement, the surrounding properties have a density of 2 to 4 dwellings per acre, and this one, as you just heard, would be about 8 per acre. That still does not seem reasonably compatible to me, because that's at least double, especially for the development of older homes on Beaverton and that neighborhood. Those are 2, I checked, those are 2 dwellings per acre. They're immediately adjacent. Also, I'm concerned about whether the section in the Nampa City Code about infill subdivisions still applies. That it appeared that the lot sizes could be 2/3 of what is required in the zoning of RS6. So I would appreciate if Planning Director Ashby would explain that fully, or maybe Director or Planner Christie. Anyways, in closing, I urge you to deny this request unless a lower density is required for the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bob Higley?
Mayor and council members, I just want to say thank you for your service, and I also echo what virtually everyone else has said, and especially what my wife said.
All your husbands hear that. That was awesome. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Rivera.
One of the things that is kind of confusing to me, which is the reason I made my initial statement, was what it was advertised for in our comments, and I appreciate the support of what Councilwoman Mucci had said in addition. When people are standing up, and I appreciate streamlining the process, but when they're standing up and saying that they support what was said, I'm not sure, I understand if they're concerned about public safety, et cetera. I don't know if they're supporting the project that's been proposed tonight or if they're supporting what was proposed before. So if they could
I
maybe
think-
clarify,
Yeah,
that would
we've only
help.
got one or two more people, but I think most of the people that have said they've supported the comments that have been made this evening, Bob Higley supported his wife's comments and the other comments made this evening. So, yes, I don't think I'm confused about it because I think most of the comments have been stated and most of them are around growth in general and the decisions around the council in general. So we'll talk in just a minute. I think we have two more people.
Albina Parker.
Okay.
And Rose Brido.
Okay. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify tonight? Go ahead. Go ahead and come forward, state your name and your address.
Madam Mayor and council members. First of all, thank you for listening to our concerns and making those changes. I really don't have anything new to say, but I think it's good to reiterate some of the thoughts that have been brought up tonight about the maybe an approval based on a contingent that they consider an HOA that would require or at least closely resembles some of the surrounding neighborhoods, so that we assure that, you know, that I agree, I don't want a purple house. So also, an HOA would, that would also include amenities for kids and playgrounds. Where are these people gonna go? Are they gonna continue to jump into the pool that is right across the street? Or other things. The biggest concern that I have right now is that entrance. I agree with everybody that's driven on that road. I drive that road all the time. It is, you're totally blind. And I think a turn lane might help, but I would strongly encourage maybe, I know they'd have already gone to the drawing board and redrawn this, but if they could consider either eliminating that, possibly that entrance. I see some entrances elsewhere, but the amount of wrecks and danger that we have on that road already, and that adding another entrance would just exacerbate the whole thing. I didn't give my address, sorry. 12355 South Abbott Downing Way. I also own a lot in the Hunters Point, on the Hunters Point Road that I was planning on building on. So anyway, thank you for our listening. I appreciate all that you do. You guys have a hard job. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
David Morris? Thank you, David Morris. And you got his address? Yep, got it. Okay, is there anyone else this evening that had intended to testify that has not been given opportunity? You probably gave me an opportunity, but I didn't know I could change that once everything was changed. Go ahead and come up. And thank you for stating your name and address.
My name is Felicia Pye, and I live at 11320 West Shea Parkway. And I just want to say that I'm not right across from this entrance, but I turn into Hunters Point a lot going to see people, and it is very dangerous. And as far as the traffic, our house backs up to Iowa, and since we've been living there, it's like the traffic has doubled, and the speed of the cars and the loudness of motorcycles and hot rods and everything has just really changed since we've been there. And I think with Carriage Hills, I think it's west going in, right on that same side. Maybe with that development plus this one, which I am opposed to, because I just feel the same as most people here, that the infrastructure needs to catch up with all the influx of people coming in. And maybe there is another way that the entrance and exit could be somewhere other than where that one is proposed. Also, I know that everybody has talked about EMS and fire and police and all that, and I know that that has to be funded, and this is just, and it may be something that you're thinking about or has been proposed, but have y'all thought of like some type of impact fee? Like when, good, but like when you buy a tag and you're coming in from another state, would help fund some of these things that we're asking for, like sidewalks and crosswalks and roundabouts and those kind of things to be funded. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just writing a note real quick. So well, let me ask one more time. Is there anyone else that intended to testify? You had intended? Okay, thank you. And then Cheryl, if you have a document or something you need to submit. Wait. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for listening. My name is Don Davis. I live at 11444 West Sear Drive in Red Hawk Ridge. I would like to propose maybe a possible change, and thank you very much for making the change from the original proposal. I was thinking of a possibility to think about, because I'll say the same thing. I come out 100 Point, and that is dangerous, very dangerous. If we took out a couple of more homes, made a playground, HOA, put a pool in, because I know, and I'm sure you know too, the children, if they've got nothing to do, they're gonna run across the street and play in the golf course. We see it all the time. An HOA, take out a home or two, put the pool, playground, and some things in there for the kids to do. And again, I don't want to see multicolored houses either. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheryl, would you like to, on behalf of your neighbor, read that? Go ahead. Come forward and give us her name and her address if you can.
Sorry, I almost forgot. I meant to ask you when I was up here before. I'm reading this on behalf of my neighbor, Ghislaine Benny, and she lives at 12360 South Essex Way here in Nampa. She says, Dear Mayor Kling and council members Bruner, Haverfield, Mucci, Levi, Rodriguez, and Bauer, I appreciate the difficulty of guiding our city's future and thank you for your service. Strategic zoning decisions that will impact Nampa's quality of life for decades are complex. Nonetheless, I urge you to reconsider your plans to approve the construction, well, she has townhomes because that's what she thought at the time, in the Spyglass Ridge subdivision on Iowa Avenue. The reasons are as follows. The subdivisions in this entire area of South Nampa consist of upscale, single-family residences as had been originally conceived and zoned when Carriage Hill was developed. That was a key factor in guiding the decision my husband and I made to build a custom home in Carriage Hill. Townhomes would not be compatible with homes in Carriage Hill and those in adjacent communities. Townhomes are frequent, well, I'm going to skip that, because that doesn't have to do with the new project, the new amended project. Nampa's unbridled population growth has brought increased crime in what was once an ideal community. Since the past Christmas, we have had documented 10 incidents ranging from car and garage break-ins to mailbox thefts, prowlers, drug possession, a pet killing, and countless trespassing violations. Our Carriage Hill homeowners have now been obliged to form a neighborhood watch. From the Carriage Hill subdivision, traffic is already unacceptable. 3 recent examples. A, my office is located at the Nampa Municipal Airport, a 7-mile distance from my house. Until 2019, I covered that distance in precisely 12 minutes during rush hour. When my commute climbed to a minimum of 30 minutes and frequently reached 45 minutes, I changed my work schedule. Even that no longer helps, so I work from home on most days. B, upon leaving or entering one of the entry gates to Carriage Hill, I frequently must wait for a clearing in the traffic along Iowa. Traffic jams are another frequent problem at the Middleton intersection. Traffic lights, which I presume are being planned for, will aggravate the entry and egress problem into Carriage Hill because idling traffic will block the gates. C, I no longer travel to the city center or the shopping mall due to traffic congestion that doubles the previous travel time. I would consider changing zoning laws to facilitate the construction of a larger number of residential units and thus higher profit margins for developers to be disingenuous, as do many of my neighbors. It is not in the best interest of current residents and will worsen the problems outlined above. I applaud Victor Rodriguez's stance in having recently vetoed rezoning in our district and encourage each of you to follow his example. Thank you for the opportunity to voice not only my concerns, but that of my neighbors as well. Respectfully, Ghislaine Benny.
Thank you, Cheryl. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify tonight that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing none. In the public hearing format, as you guys know, because I think you've been to some, the opportunity for the applicant to come back and provide response to some of the comments. And so I'll have that opportunity and then questions from staff. And then I want to provide some comments before we move on.
Microphone.
Pardon?
Microphone, so we can hear you.
You can't hear me? Did it go off?
Not well.
Is it better? I'll try to get it. I don't know. Yeah. You can hear, okay. Maybe we can turn mine up just to hear in a minute. Thank you.
William Mason with Mason and Associates. Our address is 924 3rd Street South in Nampa. I'm going to show you the areas that we think we may be able to put in some areas for the kids to play in. What we have on our proposed site is there's common areas, but along the north side of the property, there's a canal easement, and then we have a common lot and a looped sidewalk, and along that looped sidewalk, there are several common area lots that we would anticipate putting in what the architect that's working on this project considers and calls child active areas, and I'll show you what he's talking about when he says that. He's talking about areas that have little pods that actually encourage movement instead of just grass. So they have a place to play and to run in, and the different amenities for them to sit on, like little benches or to climb on, and even potentially some sort of water feature with almost a, I'm going to call it a racetrack, an obstacle course, whatever, for them to run in and to be active in. And for the adults, we have a looped sidewalk that goes around that entire area. And so they don't have to walk next to the street. They walk next to an open area that we would get a licensing agreement with the Boise project to plant grass on, so it's not just and it's actually a pipe ditch, it's not an open ditch. So they would allow us to put some grass over the top of that, as long as we're not doing something that they can't tear up in the future. There were some questions. I guess I'll go back to the pictures so that people can see what we're thinking. We will have an HOA because there's common areas, and those common areas will need to be maintained by an HOA. I would anticipate in that HOA there would be no purple houses. Our developer wants to make sure that his future buyers are not turned off by somebody painting their house a color that would be offensive to someone else. The road intersections, I understand there's always concerns with the road intersections. Potentially, we have to come back with a preliminary plat that Caleb or the engineering department may have some suggestions on what we could do differently. That just, typically when we try to move traffic, we want to align intersections so that we can get traffic without have to go on to Iowa in order to get around to another property or up through a subdivision to get back to Iowa. So I'm certainly not married to that location, although typically that's what we would do is match up intersections. I think there was a question about the number of lots that were 6,000 or over. Currently, our plan has 27 lots that would be over 6,000 or over. I think after looking at it, we'd probably be able to squeeze one more in and get another 6,000. But again, the preliminary plat would finalize all those square footages for the Planning and Zoning Commission to take a look at if we go back to that point. I think that's all the questions I had that I noted, so if there were other questions, I'd be willing to try to answer those.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions for our applicant? Yes, Councilman Haverfield. Go ahead and pull your mic close if you don't mind, Randy. Thank you.
I actually lived in the Verde Hills subdivision a long time ago. So I'm very familiar with the area, and it's sad that they're still in the county. But my question about Beaverton Street being a Canyon County, it's an enclave parcel, obviously, so this would be adjacent to it. But my question is, I have driven up and down Iowa a lot, and that hump there, especially going into Hunters Point, has been a concern to me, visibility-wise. So I'm wondering, is it important that you have that cross-alignment with Hunters Point? Since you have 3 points of access, could you not just use the Beaverton Road as your primary with a cross-alignment to, I think it's called Landau Way, since it's more on the flatter section, further away from the Hunters Point access?
Yes, I think that's actually a valid consideration. I don't know what the Carriage Hill West traffic study was anticipating, if they were anticipating a connection from their street that's going to be stubbed out to our north side into Iowa. But that's kind of what I was picturing, is if that's the dangerous area to come out to Beaverton and actually put people back onto an area that's less of a sight distance problem.
Well, that's my concern too, is because there is that hump there, and I can see the problem that they're speaking of, because I've driven that enough. So I'm thinking the cross-alignment with Beaverton makes more sense to me, but then I'm not a traffic engineer, and we rely upon our staff to give us that insight. But it seems to me that you could maybe eliminate the cross-alignment at Hunters Point, maybe alleviate some of the concerns, but then you're just going to be looking at the cross-alignment a little bit further to the east. But it does make more sense to me. But again, it's an improvement of a rural section as well, in that it's on Beaverton.
Right. And to be honest with you, I think it might eliminate some of the cross traffic for us. So I don't think it would be an issue for us, as long as city engineering had no issues with that.
Well, and you've got the second point of access due to the number of lots you're proposing, but that's on a future section that would run up to the northwest to undeveloped property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe then an emergency access point could be provided somewhere else along Iowa, maybe at that Hunters Point location, but it's not meant to be an access point, but only an emergency access point.
Yes, and I could see us adding that as a common lot for something that could be used in the future as something that they could utilize after the secondary access would be installed.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? I guess not right now, so thank you. So at this point, this is an opportunity, again, for council to ask the applicant or staff questions. Right now, based on the discussion that has taken place, typically we would ask for a motion to close public hearing, but I'm not going to do that yet, because I would like to discuss for just a moment and then ask the council what the will of the council is. And just so that the public knows, the role of the council is ordinance and public hearings. This ultimately is the role of the council, that and setting the city budget. So I do defer to our council for their guidance as we go through. And so we could make a decision tonight, or we could leave the public hearing open, defer the decision to another date to allow us to have a little bit more information. So tonight, I took some notes. We talked about some bigger, we have two things that have been discussed tonight. Well, we're all here for this one public hearing, but a lot of the testimony was around a broader statement regarding growth, regarding the availability of water, power, roads, garbage. It was a much broader issue. And how we're dealing with growth. Impact fees, we have implemented impact fees, and we will be reviewing our impact fees. And impact fees do fund police, fire, parks, and streets. And so when we did, 3 years ago, in 2018, my first year in, we did increase the impact fees. We did a CIP as a capital improvement plan, and we identified what those fees need to be. We are revisiting that plan starting in August, and we'll be looking at that. The one thing our citizens said is that growth needs to fund growth, and that's why those impact fees were important. That said, we did change the way we were managing our roads based on that shift in impact fees. And so rather than having the developers build out some of the things, we were doing it through impact fees. As a city, I think we need to come back and revisit that, because we're actually not able to do some of the improvements directly tied to a subdivision that we really need to be able to do. That's a discussion that we've had internally with the city, and we'll be coming back and revisiting that. A couple of issues that came up today are sidewalks, and it's a bigger issue because this is a county area. And so while we can't require sidewalks to go in these areas that are owned by the county that go along the road, and it sounds like it's not just this, it's been an issue for some time. But it is something that is an issue. The biggest thing that I heard tonight that I think we all heard was safety. Safety, safety, and safety. And especially the safety on that road. And so we need to come back and visit that. Aside from this development, and we can look at where you enter in and enter out, but it sounds like, and so Jeff is here, Jeff's taken notes, even on these other issues. I do want to talk about police and fire real quickly. So fire, the city has needed Fire Station 6 that would service this area for over 10 years. Because our budget was never accommodating and funding, impact fees would fund the fire station, but the city budget didn't have enough funding to fund the firemen to staff that fire station. We made a decision as a city to move to a fire district so that the manning of that station, they could make a decision and the taxpayers could weigh in. You're going to have commissioners overseeing that district so that fire was not hindered by the city budget. It's a separate levy that comes in, and so that is happening. The intent was that we didn't raise taxes. And I can't speak to the outcome of that, but that is in process, moving over to the fire district with the intent that Fire Station 6 gets developed, gets built, and that there's a quicker response time for this specific area. The other thing on fire and our ratios, I was the one that asked police to start giving the information, but I realize we have a little bit of a disconnect, and I think we need to address it. Right now, our staffing ratio in the city of Nampa is 1.19 or 1.21? 1.21. Okay. Meridian's staffing ratio is about 0.99, maybe right at 1. I'm trying to think some other communities right around us. I don't know that anybody in the Treasure Valley has a staffing ratio of 1.5. The staffing ratio of 1.5 is a goal. It's a national industry standard. But our staffing ratio, 1.21, is not a bad staffing ratio. Right now, we have just approved 8 officers plus 4 staff in the FY22 budget, and we're going after a grant to get an additional 8 officers. So if we take our ratio based on our current ratio, which is actually higher than our neighboring cities, we're not that far off because we have been funding police officers. So I want for you all to know that we're funding police officers. Actually, crime has gone down, not up, in the city of Nampa. We have an amazing department. They're doing an incredible job. They've implemented CompStat, and CompStat, we have had a decrease over the last couple of years of, I think, is it 20-some to 30% in the last 2 years in Part 1 crimes. It's off the top of my head, but it's in that ratio. We've had a considerable decrease in crime. We're doing a phenomenal job. So all that said, I wanted to bring everybody up to speed on what we are doing, because we are working. I think the question of growth, and the thing I would say to our city council is, I think that we need to have a workshop on growth. And we need to talk about how we're going to move forward and get an update. But we're making strides, and we've made decisions regarding fire and how we're going to better support. We've made decisions, and we've hired police officers, and our ratios, we're working diligently to ensure at that 1.21 ratio. And even there, crime has gone down, but we need to make sure that we manage growth, right? So I'm going to address the dispatch response. That's an interesting response, not one I'm too favorable with. I think it's all the notes that I have written, but this has been a really, really good public hearing, and I want to commend you guys, one, for your time. The time you've spent, the information that you've brought forward is excellent. To me, this is the best thing we can hear, is that how do we manage, and how do we manage well? So we do have a decision before us, and it's related to a specific item that has come forward. And so with all that said, I'd like to ask the council, what is the will of the council tonight? Do we want to continue the public hearing until we can get very specific information regarding some of the streets work and other information, or what's the will of
Mayor
the council?
Kling, I appreciate all of the information tonight, and I think you guys remember this from the last time. I'm your neighbor. This one gives me a lot more pause, because I honestly didn't want 3-story commercial buildings in our backyards. But the safety is a real issue there. And it's not just car traffic. We have so many people pulling boats up that road. The ability to stop. There are no continuous sidewalks. My daughter and I have been hit, or almost hit numerous times, because you're trying to run across the road to connect to the other sidewalk. And if you're a little kiddo and you see the Carriage Hill playground across the street, it's really enticing. And cars are cruising through there. And that is a blind spot. And I'm really concerned about the lack of infrastructure that is, again, not the city's fault. It's county property. And then we have that weird little piece at the bottom of Iowa that's county, so there's no sidewalk there. And so the kids are darting back and forth, and it's not safe. And then you see the buses stop, and people go around them. And so it really is a significant issue, no matter how you're looking at that road. So irrespective, I appreciate, Will, all you've done, but that is not a safe place. And I'm really concerned if we have more kids going in there, it is really, really hard and unsafe to get across that road. So I think there would have to be serious modifications done to ensure there's just far too many challenges right there right now with adding more cars and kids coming across. So irrespective, I'm going to be a no. It's just not safe. Thanks.
We can't, because we're past, I'm sorry, we cannot. And so at this point, typically public hearings closed, and I'm sorry, it's part of the process. So, but you're welcome afterwards to address one of the staff members if you'd like to.
Mayor Kling?
So, yes.
I'm sorry, did I interrupt?
No.
As it stands today, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't know if we're going to continue this public hearing, as it stands today, I would vote no against this proposal. And the things that we have to do with the developer, which has really got a great idea, I like that idea. I think it came a long ways. But you're right. This Iowa is very dangerous to me. And I don't want to live in that area like you all do. Actually, I tried to buy a house in there the other day, and it was too expensive. So I won't be doing that either, but anyway, but your safety is important. Now, you got to remember, I'm a retired police officer. I know what you're talking about. I've been there, and I've been trying to respond to people's houses when I'm across the town and you're getting hurt. That's not acceptable. I can only go so fast. I'm gonna hurt somebody getting to your house. Our police officers are important to us. We've hired, 38 over the last 3 years that we've been here, and we're still down. But you remember that our funding for police officers comes from taxes. And we're maxed out on taxes, and it'll all come down on you folks. But I've always said, you can't pay enough for your safety. And on the fire department, that's even the same. They talk about number 6, the fire station 6, that's gonna be at Roosevelt. You know, I only live right behind Roosevelt Elementary School. My response time is gonna be 1 minute. Yours will be more than that. Until we fix Iowa and Middleton, Lake Lowell in Middleton, Greenhurst in Middleton, infrastructure can no longer go out. We have to work inside our city first and get that development done before we continue out to reach to these developers. We're doing it backwards, I think. But that's the way it works, I guess. But if we take care of the inside first, then we'll go. Now, an example, this new subdivision is going to go in. Well, that's your infrastructure. How much is that going to affect you? I don't think it will. I think it'll be good for you. But the water issue is a strong issue. How much pressure are they going to receive? Are you going to be implicating that right there? So we talk about smart growth. Yeah. Is this smart growth, or is it a private growth issue? With all these developers coming into town and developing everything that we have in our city, it's a different situation. It's called profit growth, isn't it? That's a different story because we live here. They don't. We got to think straight. We got to do this together. And I think this development would be a good development for us. But we got to come up with a different solution. Fix Iowa, fix the infrastructure, and then fix the streets. Otherwise, I'm going to say no. So, thank you.
So Victor, I appreciate your comments. One thing that I'm hesitant to say this, but one thing I want to make sure, you just made a comment that this is a developer from out of town somewhere. This is somebody else, and I don't know that it is.
No,
And I think we need to be careful. So we have two things here, and I'll just be really candid. I agree with what you're saying on growth, and we've got to figure it out. At the same time, as a city, we have a responsibility to our developers. So like if we have a local, and so hear me out here. We as a council need to make a decision on what we're going to do on growth. Because when you spend a considerable amount of money, and you've done a really good job listening, or whoever's working on this, listening to what the people asked for, and you did exactly what they asked for. And you're doing that, and the quality of your development and what you're wanting to put in it's good. And so it's the type of development that we would want. The other thing that's hard is this is infill. Infill is the direction we want to go. I would rather see 40 homes in an infill area than the sprawl. I mean, candidly, Carriage Hill West, as we've had some discussions, you've got a major area over there. We've sprawled into farm ground. This is infill in between subdivisions. And if we're going to grow smart growth, this is the direction we should grow, is in infill. And I don't know if I don't know who the actual developer is and if it's out of town or not, but I want to make sure. So what I want to comment on is that we as council members have a responsibility to make a decision on what we're going to do on growth so that our developers don't spend the money investing and developing and coming before us to be denied if we're not going to approve growth. And I totally understand, and I agree with many of the comments here. We need the infrastructure, and we need the roads in. We need to look at our impact fees and what they're funding. This is a safety issue, and we need to pay attention to that. Totally aside from this development, we need to deal with that particular road and figure it out before someone's killed there. And so those are very important things that we need to look at. But I think as a council, we need to have a workshop right away and come back and readdress this, because what I'm hearing from our citizens is that we need to address it. But we owe it to people that have already purchased land, that have put a tremendous amount of money into something, to not come before us thinking they did what they were supposed to do and then be denied. There's an interesting balance in that. I know, it's an interesting balance. Because if that home were equal to a Carriage Hill home exactly, no difference, no devaluation at all, right? They do everything that you ask, we're still saying, the public's still saying no. And so that's it, we've got to work through that. So anyway, council, what is the will of the council on that?
Mayor, may I ask a
Yeah.
question to Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
The public hearing's still open. So
Yes, it is.
what's your timeline? You're hoping to have this started and completed?
So what we're looking for right now is an approval of the annexation in the zone. We have to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for
Why?
preliminary plat. That would take at least 60 days to just get to a hearing if we submitted tomorrow.
Okay.
So we're not looking at construction until probably next spring or summer. We're not going to start sometime this fall.
So Mayor, what I'm getting at here, I think there is some time to, number one, to get these safety issues figured out. I mean, I don't care whether this goes in or not. It doesn't matter whether this plot, goes in or not. It's still a safety issue for those folks living out there. That's got to be addressed. As far as the infill, I maybe, you're going to maybe want to throw something at me, but this gentleman has made a lot of amendments to this. And they've spent a lot of money, a lot of time, and I'm not willing to turn down what these folks have done in their timeline and the money spent. Do we have to, as what the mayor has said, do we have to look at this, scrutinize it inside and out? And does infrastructure,
We can't, okay, so I will say that in a public hearing, we have certain rules. And so we're going to stick right with our rules. And those rules are, and I will say we've listened and we've listened respectfully. But there is a process to a public hearing, and that is to listen. And then this is the council's opportunity to communicate back. And so if you would like to say something afterwards, please feel free to write, to call. You can call my office, you can call us, but I'm going to ask you to respect and do the same thing they did as we listened. So thank you.
so anyway, Mayor, that's just my point. I think we have some time, we've got to look at it. As far as the election standpoint, it is totally off the wall. Guess what? We have elections coming up, there's recall possibilities. You don't like what we're doing up here, doggone it. There's alternatives. Okay? All right, so go at it if you so desire. I'm one that puts that right out there. And these folks around here, I respect in this mayor. What you think about me, that's your choice. But I tell you, I have a total respect for these folks up. We don't always agree, but we respect each other. We scrutinize it. We're human. We make mistakes. This guy hardly ever does. Anyway, so anyway, that's enough of my pulpit for the night. But I would be, if this goes before the council tonight, as long as we're for sure going to look at the safety and going to scrutinize growth, I would be voting in favor for this. Okay, thanks.
So I guess the question is for the council, do we want to continue the public hearing and come back with some discussions regarding safety, answer any further questions? What is the will of the council?
Mayor?
Mhm.
From the very beginning of this discussion tonight, my first impression was, why are we seeing something new? Why isn't it being remanded back to the P&Z Commission to begin with? But it makes sense because there's no CUP requirement now, the way that they've changed it. So,
Pull it really close. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
And then pull your mic just up, just a hair. There you go.
Did you hear my first part?
Now let's start again, yeah.
All right. From the very beginning of this topic tonight, I was concerned about reviewing a plat that didn't match our report. And so my initial thought was we need to remand it back to the P&Z Commission so that they have a chance to review it again. It's not what is being asked of us because they've taken away the conditional use permit requirement. It's no longer a part of their application. So the P&Z Commission had already approved annexation and zoning to RS6, and that's what they sent up to us. So what we're looking at tonight is, just like you, looking at it for the first time, and without the benefit of the Planning and Zoning Commission having a chance to weigh in on it. So there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered yet. So but it's a logical growth plan. It makes sense. I've lived out in that area. I know that it's an enclave parcel. It's surrounded by city zone properties except for the Verde Hills subdivision. So I'm sorry, Victor, but I don't agree with you. It makes sense because it's in an area that is surrounded by the city, so it's already in a service area. So I'm more open to the idea of continuing this so that we can allow our staff a chance to give us more information on water, safety, access points. I think that it makes sense maybe that Beaverton is the primary instead of Hunters Point. So get that kind of insight presented to us. So I would be in favor of continuing this.
Yes.
I just want the public to know that had it been townhomes, I would have been an absolute no. With the changes, especially with making it more like the community, having an HOA, not Purple Homes, having parks inside the development for the kids, and addressing safety concerns of that hill, I would be more in favor of this development as long as we made all those conditions a part of the approval. And thank the developer for making the changes, listening to the people. Other concerns, I've been here my whole life. The crime has never been better than it is now. I didn't have sidewalks when I was a kid. We never had sidewalks in this town. All that stuff costs money, and it skyrockets property taxes. So there's a give and pull with all that stuff, but money doesn't grow on trees. And so it's, we do the best we can. And I really like the mayor's remarks earlier about kind of everything. We do the best we can without making your taxes skyrocket. So hope there's some appreciation towards that we do our very best to keep this place a special place without making the taxes too high for you.
So based on the discussion, what I'm thinking is, I'm going to suggest that a continuance, and I think that we need our staff to have the opportunity to come back and revisit the density and maybe listen through some of the questions. I think we need to come back and address it. And so my recommendation is a continuance so that we can at least come back and reconsider based on the new information that's been set forth. I guess a question I have is, if we leave the public hearing open, it does give opportunity to receive comment, especially based on the new issue. And then staff, I think we need to address all the various issues that have come forward, but is that correct, that we could allow input into a final decision?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. You leave the hearing open, you get additional information from staff regarding some of these issues and give folks an opportunity to comment on that additional information. As I mentioned before, it's a reduction, same zoning, but they're reducing the impact. But you could potentially also provide additional notice if you wanted to of those new proceedings. I get the impression that the neighbors are pretty good about getting word out amongst themselves. But those are my comments, Mayor. Yes, you could leave it open for additional comment.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'm fine with a continuation. I guess I'm not quite understanding, though, if we're going to come back for a public hearing for a plot review and so on, where these folks can attend. I'm not sure what the total purpose or objective is, as far as not at least allowing the zoning at this point in time. So that's my own personal opinion. Maybe President Haverfield?
Well, I think, I don't have enough information. I think that there still needs to be more information.
On the zoning?
Not so much, I think the compatibility has pretty much been achieved. There is a separation of a lateral that goes through the property. I think the access points are a concern to me, the water, the sidewalks,
Isn't that part of the plotting, though? Part of the public hearing? I'm asking, I'm not saying I know, I'm asking the question, would that not be addressed at the next public hearing?
The way that I'm reading this, at least my thoughts are, it's just a continuation of this conversation tonight with more information being provided. That's
Yeah,
all I'm
yeah,
looking for.
I'll go along. I'm just, I'm thinking we're having these folks come back, so is what it amounts to, and maybe this may or maybe this is legal. Does this mean we're gonna have 2 more hearings?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Brunner, you could,
Okay, and then that's what I think is kind of ridiculous. Of course, I made those comments at the start. I mean, I think we have heard from these folks and whatever, and I think we can challenge, the plot or whatever, or what's going to happen, in the plot hearing. But as far as the zoning and so on, I mean, anything else could go in here. If we deny this, it could still be something else. So
I guess
I'm just isn't making sense to me. Maybe I'm just.
Well, it does prolong the discussion. A question I would have, and it's not, again, this is the council versus myself, but this is surrounded by RS7. I don't think there's any RS6. It's all RS7 around it. And this request is for RS6. And so.
That's true.
And so, which is another issue that we maybe need to talk about.
Mayor
So,
Kling.
yes.
My concern, I think, Councilman Bernard, and you are much more well-versed at this than I am, but would Mr. Mason then be required to go back and do a lot of work if the annexation was approved tonight? Because my one concern is, like I said, the safety. Because I know coming out of Hunters Point, most people turn right. And so you can speed up quickly to try to avoid the boat and truck come down the hill. From this development, I would assume people are going to be trying to turn left primarily. And so that's my concern. So if tonight's objective would be that we're not asking him to do a whole bunch more work for a second public hearing where we still have these safety concerns and some of the things that we've brought up, I think that's different. But again, I think Mayor Kling, you put it, you addressed it really well. We don't want to ask developers to do all of this work if the answer remains no, or there's confusion. So I think my concern is, are we asking Mr. Mason to do a whole bunch more, or does it get us to where we need to get? And I don't know.
Councilman Haverfield?
And I asked this question, I thought I got an answer, that the property that's to the north and east, adjacent to this, is an RS 8.5. Is that, Christie, did you answer that question? Is that correct? So that's what I was looking at.
So it's RS 8.5. Christie, could you go back and review the surrounding?
So there's RS7, RS 8.5, RS7, and then an RS 18.
So Mayor, Councilman Haverford, what your question is zoning then?
Yeah, when you start looking at compatibility and transitional zoning, you look at lot sizes as they abut some of those other developments, that's kind of what I look for when I make a decision, so.
And then that's a whole different ballgame, and Mayor, if that's the case, if it's a zoning question, I felt like we were maybe beyond that, so.
And like I say, again, there was a comment made about a traffic study, maybe not specifically at the Hunters Point. If the traffic study was the primary impact point, knowing that there would be a cross alignment in the future, then a traffic study did take that into consideration. If Beaverton Road is also a cross alignment, but not the preferred location in the traffic study, that's what I'm looking for as far as having a little bit more information.
Mayor?
Yes. Where did that come from?
Caleb may be able to answer some of those questions.
Caleb, would you like to? You are more than welcome to come forward. And as Caleb is coming, we can close public hearing, but not make a decision tonight, and get staff input and make a decision at a later time, or we can leave public hearing open for additional public input. There are a couple ways that we can do this, and then Councilman Haverfield, I'll let you ask Caleb anything you need to.
Okay. So are you aware of the traffic study that was done for Hunters Point?
Not for Hunters Point. I'm aware of the Carriage Hill West traffic impact study was performed. Yeah.
So did it take into consideration the future location of Hunters Point Drive as it sits today?
The traffic impact study for Carriage Hill West had originally planned on a road going to Beaverton. And my understanding is through that public hearing process, from comments from those living in that residence, They were able to get that access removed with the idea of a stub road coming to this property specifically to allow a road connection out to Iowa. That is my understanding of the Carriage Hill West process. Now, with that said, we as staff have heard all of the comments about safety concerns with that access. We can address that with the plating process. I agree with Councilman Bruner. The question before here is zoning and annexation. We can deal with the specifics of the access, safety, plating with the subdivision process. There will be another public hearing with Planning and Zoning Commission to address that. So we can look at turn lanes, turn warrants, doing additional traffic analysis. We'll work with the applicant and their consultants to deal with those issues. So if you're comfortable with zoning, I don't see any issue with delaying that process.
So with that, I will say, though, any approval for annexation and zoning, so for example, if the developer makes the decision that the requirements, whether it be the road access or whatever, is too costly, that they back away from it, once we've annexed and chosen the zoning, it stays with the property. And so I think that's the decision tonight for the annexation and zoning is very important because it would stay with the property even if they say, hey, you know what, it's going to be too costly for us to reroute that road. And then does Carriage Hill West have any, I don't know how to say this, stake in the game, or is it too late? If they were sending people through that, through Beaverton, to use this access point and we decide a turn lane goes in, can they be required to help fund that turn lane?
At this point, it would be hard to hold them to that.
Probably not.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for answering that question. So thank you. So what is the will of the council?
Mayor, I think I'll just make a quick motion that we continue this hearing for another date.
Okay, so for date certain, Rodney, let's look at date certain. Could be August 2nd, which is just the next meeting, or the 16th, which is our budget public hearing, or we go into September 7, I think.
So Mayor, I'm already, this would put us over that 4 for sure.
I think tonight we were at 7.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so if we're over 4, and tonight we were at 7, so we've got to continue. So right now, I think we're at 5. We're at 4. 5 is the industrial wastewater, and this would be 6 for August 2nd.
Yeah, so, correct.
Mayor, this
Yes.
is, the next public hearing would just be for zoning and annexation, correct?
Yes.
So we get the information. I can't see where this is going to take long.
Right.
Absolutely.
Unless you folks want to.
We could put it on that.
Do we need to put it out for, well, that's what we're deciding right now. If we close public hearing, there is no public testimony, and the decision would be continued to August 2nd. If we leave public hearing open, then we can ask questions. Todd, are we allowed to not go through the full public hearing process, but actually ask questions of the applicant? What's the process there?
Madam Mayor, if your public hearing is closed, typically your questions only go to staff.
Correct.
Versus the applicant. So that would be my recommendation if you want to leave the public hearing, or if you want to close the public hearing, that it just be the applicant. You can have, the staff. You could have questions from them. And if you want to leave the public hearing open, get additional information, including from the applicant, I think you would, and if it's new information, you would let the public have an opportunity to comment if it's coming from the applicant.
Okay. So we can go through another full public hearing again. It's I'm going to
Okay,
leave
and
it
you-
up to the
and I
council.
think what you might, I think your understanding from me, I'm not in favor of that, but if there's an annexation issue or the applicant is, would consider a different zoning, where it'd be less houses per acre, I mean, they've already made a lot of concessions. I understand that totally, but, if we understand that before coming again and having to be quick, but to go through the whole process for these folks, we're doing this because we decided to do it, so don't feel sorry for us. But I just, the convenience of these folks and their time and so on, what have we been at this, an hour and a half now? You have nothing else to do?
I think we've been here over 2 hours.
Oh, 2.5 hours? Okay.
Over two.
So, I'm in favor of being able to ask the staff and then ask the staff and have the staff ask the applicant, even though we can't ask the applicant directly, we can hopefully get our answers prior to. So that would be what I would be in favor of, is closing this and then also addressing it as far as making a decision at another hearing.
Mayor, did I get a second on this, on my
There has
motion?
not been a second on your motion.
Okay, someone please second it. Otherwise, we'll be here all night long.
Actually, so you're suggesting we continue the public hearing?
Yes, I will
Okay,
second it.
so it's been
For the
moved and
sake of us
seconded
doing
that we
something.
continue the public hearing and leave it open. Okay. Is that what you intended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go through this again. Okay. I would encourage you guys to work together, and if you want to, so we don't have to be here all a late night, your voice is important, but you can bring your comments together. We will post, where we are with the new projected thing. We understand the safety issues. I think staff report, Rodney, for you and staff, I want you to hear this. I want the staff report to reflect everything we talked about tonight. What our safety, our ratio of officers, fire, all of those issues, so that the public has an understanding of all the issues that came forward tonight. And then how we as a city have addressed them. Then with the changes of the applicant, what he's coming forward with, those changes, so that before the next meeting, you guys all know what it is, and then you could maybe collaborate and come forward with your comments regarding it.
Mayor.
Do we have a call to vote then on this?
Not yet.
Madam
It's still under discussion.
What was the date certain that it was?
Date certain is,
August 2nd?
it's only 2 weeks.
August 2nd was the date?
Is that time do we have time in 2 weeks to have all the information? Can you guys pull it together?
That's up to Will. But my question, I guess, is do you want a
What?
whole new staff report? Or do you just want a summary of everything that's been discussed, and like kind of a
I think
question
the
and
staff
answer?
report needs to reflect what you've proposed. And then just we can add to the staff report, update the staff report based on these discussions. But it needs to be with your new plat, what you've proposed, because it didn't come forward in a timely enough fashion. And so based on this discussion, let's just continue the hearing with the current information. And then, Randy, go ahead.
Is this going to be available to them online?
It should be, yes. Mhm.
So this is what we're looking at as far as the plat that's on the screen.
Mhm. Yes, you may.
Can I have some specifics of what you're looking for me to be able to give to staff for you for the next hearing?
So a lot of, well, Randy, I'll let you answer that question. But a lot of what tonight was that they did not see, the public did not see what you've produced, except for up here, in advance of tonight. And then I think that we need to, right, and council didn't either, it was very new. So I think that having that for the next hearing, and then we can address some of the road issues. And then I just want the staff report to reflect the public safety, fire, and all of that based on the new. Randy, what else?
So the other items beyond that, again, fire and police protection, we'll be getting that from the balance of the staff that is responsible for that. But the traffic study that I mentioned as far as West Carriage Hill or whether it's Hunters Point, there was a study done of the impact of Hunters Drive onto Iowa. And it concerns me that the road section has a portion of it that does create a visibility issue. So for that to be even made worse is a concern. So my fallback was, why don't you consider Beaverton? So I would like to have an answer as to why that couldn't be the primary entry point. And the cross alignment with Hunter's Point be eliminated, or at least become an emergency access point only. That would be my major concerns as far as accessibility and safety issues. The sidewalks, they are looking at, and then the areas that have been defined for play areas, I think you mentioned that there might be others that might be made available for enhanced play, more openness. There is the pathways that have been provided for adults. I think that's a great idea and a feature. So those are the things I was concerned about. I'd like to have addressed. Water and sewer obviously has been discussed. That's a pretty deep subject. I'm not sure if our staff's going to be able to talk about uranium and different things, but anything that can be provided to us in a timely fashion would help us in our decisions.
So Mayor, I'm still not understanding. I mean, I'm just the densest one in the world here. This is not even, this would be discussed at the plot hearing. Is this even going to be discussed at the next public hearing? I mean, this is not what we're discussing. We're discussing annexation and zone. It's making, I repeat for the 5th time, no sense to me. Why we would be discussing all these things that President Haverfield has mentioned at a plot hearing, at the public hearing. Would we not?
So Mayor,
would.
I believe that's directed at me.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm looking at you, Rodney. So.
Okay.
I mean, I like efficiency, okay? And not repetitiveness, even though I've repeated myself about 5 times now, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Bruner, yes, a plat process is definitely when we look at those specifics. Right now, we don't have concrete lot lines. We don't have concrete, nothing, right? It's a concept that we have a certain number of lots, a general layout. We don't have the plat. We don't have the amount of open space, but that will definitely be addressed.
And the road in and out would be addressed at the plot
That's
hearing.
correct, and that will be analyzed at that point.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to vote no if we take a vote on this, because
Okay.
it's totally inefficient.
The difficulty here is that I think what I'm hearing from the citizens, though, if they don't have an idea how we're going to address those things, they're all opposed. And that is a difficult thing. And so you're correct, you're absolutely correct. But listening to the testimony, it's difficult. Rodney, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, Christie recommended in her staff report that you could put a development agreement in place, just in general concept. Maybe you put some boundaries on what you would like to see them do as part of the development agreement. And then it just has to come in,
annexation and
right?
zoning.
The plat has to come in and meet those conditions.
Okay. So there is a motion for a continuation. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion before we go to roll call? Roll call.
Bruner? No. Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. So continuation, and the date certain was the 2nd. August 2nd. So we will come back. Needless to say, we've listened. It's difficult, but thank you so much. And I will say, your testimony, it's been like a town hall, and it's been very good, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you to Mason. So we're going to do a break, and so we'll do a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. Thank you, guys.
It's not a job I would want.
To those of you that waited, thank you. I am sorry that you're having to wait so long tonight. And thank you for giving us a break to debrief and get our heads back into what we have yet to do. So I really appreciate your patience, and thank you. So we're ready to move into action item 6.4. This is a zoning map amendment to RS6, which is single-family residential, from single-family residential to duplex residential zoning district, and a preliminary plat approval for Smith Townhomes at 336 and 322 Smith. And this is for 20 single-family, zero-lot line attached lots, 7 two-unit buildings, and 3 two-unit buildings for a gross density of 12.42 and a net density of 14.84. This is for Mateo, I'm going to not get this last name, Varia, representing Trifecta Development. So who's our applicant this evening? Thank you so much. So go ahead and come forward and give us your name and tell us about what you're doing.
Matteo Echeverria, 5873 South Orchid Way, Boise, Idaho.
And I apologize, I got your name so wrong.
No problem.
So excuse me.
So we're going to build some duplexes that are be townhouse. They're a townhouse plat, and they're going to look a lot like this. There's also 2 triplexes in the mix, and it has the same exterior look as what you're seeing up here. The location near downtown Nampa, the actual location of the project is the red pin. A little description, like you mentioned, 20 single-family residential lots, 7 duplexes, 2 triplexes. They'll range from 1,400 to 1,600 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, single-car garage with parking also in the driveway. 2 parallel parking spots for guests on site, and 3 additional 90-degree parking spots, as well as other parking in adjacent streets. I will point out, with this, we're trying to cater to a family living situation, on these, more than just, rentals type product. Just a look at the civil plans if anyone has any questions on that. It shows our parking, building layouts, and private entrance. Landscape plan, same. Building heights. We've actually improved the water pressure we will when we're done with the infrastructure for the adjacent neighborhoods by connecting 2 neighborhoods together. We feel it's a good product, a good location, and it's relative, but we're trying to hit an affordable price for sale on these as well. Look at the floor plan. We'll have a HOA as a part of this, which we have pretty much done. The HOA addresses utility maintenance, stormwater maintenance, snow removal, and trash disposal, as well as everything else in a basic HOA. That'll be all.
Mayor Kling? Mayor?
Yes. Councilman Haverfield.
So I assume Lot 7 would be a play area or open recreation area?
Currently, it's just it's not a common area, green space.
Right. So it's not set up to be anything other than that at this point in your concept?
That's correct.
And then I would assume then your trash pickup area would be on Lot 14 across from that? Are you going to have a common dumpster, or are you planning on having individual?
Individual dumpsters would be our preference.
Okay, so that you'd need to work that out with Republic.
Which I've talked to them, and they're open to that they have adequate churning area. He actually needs to come out and see the site, he said, but they seemed open to going down the private drive.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? So as you just saw, with the public hearing, we'll have you back. Thank you. Okay. Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The action request is rezone from RS6 to RD and a preliminary plat for Smith Townhomes. Property is in the city. It is medium density residential in the future land use map. Surrounding uses, north is single family homes, that's RS6. To the south is R6. It's Nampa Housing Authority duplexes. To the east are single family homes, and to the west are single family homes, and that is zoned RD PUD. History, 2007, the lot was approved for 2 duplexes at 322 Davis. No permits were issued for that. A year later, 2 two-unit townhomes were approved, but no permits were issued again. 2016, again, duplex approved, no permits issued. May of this year, Planning and Zoning Commission approved the plat, recommended approval of the rezone. Fire station number 1 is 1.8 miles away, 6-minute response time. Closest police department, 1.7 miles away. Here is an overview of the lot. As you can see, Smith Avenue doesn't go completely through. This development would bring Smith Avenue to the canal here, but not cross over it. Conclusions of law for a rezone, those are in your staff report, and I won't cover those. The regulations, duplexes, not duplexes, sorry, single family attached 2-unit and 3 and 4-unit, 0 lot lines are permitted uses. In the RD zone, the one thing to note, 1010, the bottom one there, as far as the building size requirements, the overall property area width and coverage requirements shall be the same as for buildings under single ownership. So the lot sizes are for the entire structure, not the single owner lots. I'm going to cover the plat, 20 lots, 1.61 acres. The landscape, the plat was revised a little bit. The hammerhead, as you can see on the original, went to the east. They've since changed it to the west. And there was some added parking and emergency turnaround area. Here are proposed elevations. And these were submitted today, so they weren't included in your packet. Correspondence.
Mayor, before you go past the elevations, can you go
Yeah.
back? Are those meant to be internal walk-ups as far as, so it's 1 unit that's 2-story? Or are they stacked? They're not stacked units, are they?
No, they are 2-story units.
Okay, with an internal stair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Typical comments from building. The school district would suggest development with sidewalks and street lighting along the frontage. And those issues have been addressed by the applicant. Engineering recommended that a walkway be provided on at least one side of the shared drive aisle, and that was addressed by the applicant as well. Comparing the surrounding land uses, there's duplexes to the south of the property. There's single-family homes around it. The buildings are owned by multiple properties, 0 lot lines. So the lots are comparable to single-family homes in a sense. They're just smaller lots. So the the requirements are all for buildings under single ownership. It's hard to define, describe to you, I'm sorry. The future land use map has it as medium density residential. The gross density for that would be 2.51 to 8 dwelling units an acre. And this development proposes a gross density of 12.42, which exceeds the medium density residential amount. Safe routes to school, they are all not within walking distance, but all less than 2 miles. As far as the plat, it meets all the requirements for this zone. Right of way is 30 feet from section line on Smith. The landscaping plan was reviewed and had some revisions required. No open space or pathways are proposed. Conditions are all those in the staff report, as well as any of those that you would like to add. And here's a potential motion for you. I will stand for any questions.
So you say the applicant, well, the plat that we have in our packet isn't accurate because you said it's switched over so that Lot 7 now is the hammerhead, and then the opposite side would be the open area as far as for play. So my question is, are these lots then as configured for the duplexes, all 6,000 square feet or more, or are they less than that with the larger triplex lots? Well, are they 6,000 square feet apiece?
So, Councilman, the lot requirements are followed by the structures themselves. So the master building has to sit on at least 6,000 square foot lot. And then the property is broken down into single ownership at that point.
Right.
So each building sits on at least 6,000 square feet.
That was my question. And then there's a joint access agreement, and then sidewalk for connectivity from the furthest unit back all the way up to Smith Avenue. There's going to be an internal sidewalk that's 5 feet wide.
The dimensions of that might need to be cleared up with the applicant, but there will be a walkway provided.
Because they would need to meet ADA requirements, which would be that 5 foot width. At least 4 foot minimum, but normally it's 5.
Since it's a private drive aisle, I'm not sure if that requirement is necessary, but we can certainly add that it'd be at least 5 feet wide.
That's not in the conditions of approval.
The condition is that they add just a walkway.
So we'd need to add the width. Thank you.
Parker, could you go back and show the surrounding area? I'd just like to clarify, if I understood correctly, the surrounding area in the comp plan map, is it for medium density residential, but this is high density? Am I correct on that or incorrect?
Mayor, the future land use map, this is all medium density residential. The density that this development calculates at is greater than medium density as designated in the comp plan.
Okay. And then did you have, I think you had an overview photo of that area? So predominantly it is, with the exception of this piece, you said it's single family? You've got some duplexes to the,
Yeah.
could you restate that if you don't mind?
To the south, these are duplexes.
Okay.
The rest are all single family homes.
Okay. But the road Smith does terminate right there?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's a big factor in why these developments have not occurred. They've had to extend sewer lines down that extension and develop the roadway, which is a huge cost.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes.
Just as follow-up, Smith then would be public, and then the private lane would be private. So Smith Avenue, as it extends, it doesn't have a turnaround, so is its depth adequate for the fire department to back out? Or would they have to come on to that private section to be able to maneuver in and back out? Would they have to come all the way into the development to use the turnaround?
He can back out.
It's not so much that it exceeds their limits?
Are there any other questions? Parker, thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing, and we do have a few people signed up.
Jared Skeen?
Jared, go ahead and restate your address, and thank you for joining us and waiting.
Evening, Mayor. Evening, Council. My name is Jared Skeen. I live at 265 Davis Avenue. This said duplex, sorry, the pictures are gone. First time coming. Obviously, I didn't come prepared either. So,
But we appreciate you coming, thank you.
no problem. This is pretty much, on either of these pictures here, my home is just to, right there where the, where the pointer's at, their mouse pointer. Is right there, that's my house. It comes all the way down, so that single duplex is gonna be right in between my property, neighbor's two houses property, and then right up against my next door neighbor's backyard. More so, when I had sent in everything, I'd asked about a fence. When I received an email, they said that the fence was gonna stay as it is. But obviously when Mr. Developer here, the applicant, was running through there, I saw something about a 6-foot fence being put up in there. Is that correct?
I think we can okay, we can ask, and when we're done, we'll find out for you.
For sure. That's pretty much all my concerns. I guess I missed the first meeting for zoning and planning of this back in May, so that's my bad.
That's okay. Okay,
All
thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, we have a question for you.
My house is 265 Davis Avenue.
Can we put the pointer on his
It's like
house again?
if you're looking right up here at this photo right here where he's got the pointer, my property goes all the way down to there.
So all the way in there?
Yep.
Right next to that?
Pretty much right next to the duplex, and the single duplex is surrounded by other properties.
And the other side is your neighbor?
I got one neighbor, well, the far left, or I guess the far east, not east, the far west, that comes all the way down. Obviously, as you have seen, the plan has obviously a hammerhead, or however you would like to call that, or a Tetris shape. My concern was more so of a fence. I have nothing against putting in stuff back there. I think it's a wonderful idea, gets more people in, but, you know, as we've all heard from other people tonight, infrastructure is something that's needed.
Mayor
So-
Kling? Mr. Skeen, if I'm understanding, you're not opposed to this as long as there's a fence and
I'm
some
not
privacy
opposed.
for you?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the council?
So it is a
Nope.
two-story?
Thank you.
And you don't have a problem with the overlooking in the backyards?
For the most part, I don't have any issues with overlooking into the backyards. I do have a daughter, obviously, as most people probably do nowadays. You know, I think that for the most part, people would, you know, respect privacy. I would think so, but I don't know. First-time homeowner, so who knows?
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for him? Okay, thank you so much.
Janelle Conchilo?
Is there anyone online? She is opposed, but there isn't anything else with it. Says no for speaking. Uh-huh. Oh, she was on the other. Okay, so she's not on this one.
Jennifer Chavez?
Is there a Jennifer Chavez? I wonder if she was, so Jennifer Chavez address is Blaine Avenue? Okay. And she did not want to speak, but was opposed?
That's our applicant. And then Mike Lovett?
On Smith Avenue? Was that you? Did you want to speak? Okay. Go ahead and restate your address, and thank you for being here this evening.
Mike Levette, 300 Smith Avenue.
Actually, I'll probably be, the whole development goes the length of my property. Everything will come across the front. So I'm gonna be affected more than anybody, but I'm good with it. They've agreed to put fence all the way around, so that gentleman there. And it is a nice 6-foot privacy fence. That's about all I gotta say.
So which property is yours?
See this one right next to it? Right
Uh-huh.
there. Goes all the way back, right about where he was, right
So you have a
there.
long property there.
Yeah.
You have a
it's-
lot of,
It's what I call a spaghetti lot.
wow. Okay, but you're okay with it as long as there's appropriate fencing?
Yes. I've been here in 2016, and you guys obviously don't have a code for privacy fences on multifamilies, but that was my main argument back then. The developers agreed to do all that. They've been real easy to work with. They really try to make everybody happy with what they're doing, so.
That's a
Okay.
compliment to the developer. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking time to come and to wait so long. Thank you. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, is there anyone else? Okay, so that's all that we have signed up. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular hearing? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back and give any closing comments, be available for questions, confirm that you're going to put in a nice privacy fence.
Yeah, so our plan is to do a full 6-foot fence surrounding the properties. It's going to be a cedar fence. It'll be a pretty nice one.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
Mayor Kling,
Oh, yes.
question. So with that open green space, will you consider putting in a tot lot? It's not really close to a park, so would you, rather than just having it be grass, could you put in some sort of play structure since you said you're trying to appeal to families?
Yeah, I think that that could be an option of some sort of amenity. I have to look at how much room we have there and what's actually going to be best, because with that play structure, I'm a builder. I kind of know some of the requirements around that. You have to have 10 foot this way and that way, and I'm just not sure we have the room. But surely, amenity, if it was a dog park or some kind of kid entertainment situation, I think that we could figure something out there.
Mayor, and sounds like everyone's happy with the development. The only way I vote for these type of 23 units is what, you said families, that was key. Families is what you're catering to.
Yeah, with the
So
3-bedroom.
For me to vote for this, there needs to be a kids area.
Okay.
Okay, and I don't know how that needs to be worked out as far as a development agreement or what we decide tonight, but for that many units and for families, that needs to happen for my vote, okay?
Actually, when you look at, and it's not for me to say, but when you look at the piece that goes high, I think, is that 2 units there?
Correct.
I know, it's costly when you remove units, but if that were green space, it would be more compatible with your neighbors and their single family, and it would provide open green space, a place for kids to play and people to go, because you do have 20, is that correct?
That's correct.
I think, is it 20, I think it's 20.
I thought there was a total of 23 units.
Are there total of 20?
Total of 20 units.
Total of 20, okay,
Yes.
Counting the 3-plexes?
Yes.
Can't do my math, okay.
okay.
And we looked at that as green space actually at the beginning of this project, and with some of the complications we had of how we had to come across the canal for utilities, tile the canal, and some of those items, it became clear that, we needed to get the 20 units, for this project to actually move forward.
To pencil out. Yes.
I was going to ask Rodney these questions, but it sounds like you have an answer. The utilities to and through the property, you say you're bringing the utilities across the drain? From
Canal.
the west to the east?
It'll be from the west to the east. We've already brought those utilities across.
So you're taking it to the north, so the southeast corner, you're taking it to that point?
Yes, because water pressure and sewer was an issue on the east side. So we had to come from the other direction, and that's what's going to help the water pressure in the adjacent neighborhood.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I was concerned about if it was going from the east to the west and then terminating at the drain, then you'd have a dead end situation. So you have an active end as far as for loop potential there going to the east.
That's
And you say
correct.
you're tiling where are you tiling? Is it just at the Smith? Is that the only place that's being tiled?
Correct.
All right, thanks.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor Kling.
Okay, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing unless
I have a
Councilman
question.
Haverfield.
I still have a question, I think, for Rodney.
Okay?
Where'd it go? Oh, well, no, I
Parker.
already asked the question as far as the width of the sidewalk. This was cleared up by the applicant along with the utilities, so I'm good. I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, what is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'll make a I'll make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment from RS6 to RD duplex residential zoning district for Smith Townhomes at 0336 and 322 Smith Avenue, with conditions of approval.
No, I can't second it. There's not enough information in the motion. If you could reframe your motion to include the 6-foot fence that's not mentioned in the
excuse me.
conditions of approval,
Yes, 6-foot fence.
along with a 5-foot sidewalk internal to the development,
Yes, included.
and then the tot lot included in their conditions of approval.
I think I'm going to remove my motion if you will do that. Sorry, Mateo, we almost had it there.
I'll make a motion to approve the
Thank you.
application of the zoning map amendment from RS6 to RD with the conditions of approval, along with the addition that the fence is a 6-foot cedar fence as mentioned, but not in the conditions of approval in our packet, that a 5-foot wide sidewalk be placed internally in the development to allow connectivity to Smith, and that would be lot 14, I believe, would be where the tot lot would be made available with playground equipment of some nature.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you, Jane.
So Rodney, I have a question for you. I'm sitting here thinking, and again, this is for the council to decide, but in our new development, we're strongly encouraging 15% open green space. In this multifamily environment, where we have 20 single-family residences, but they're in a very tightly confined area, yet I don't know what percentage of green space is in this. What would you say that percentage of green space is?
Mayor, the subdivision, as you can see, there aren't any open space lots. So each lot is privately owned. So in order to open up open space, they would have to either make these lots smaller to create a lot owned by an HOA, or adjust their lot count to create such a space.
Or an easement, right?
Or an
I'll reframe
easement.
my motion to add an easement.
Okay, so quick question. I know we just went through this, but what is the closest park area? Where could kids play if they live here? Where would they go?
Mayor, the closest park would be Lions Park. It's just to the north on Davis.
Okay, so how far away is that? Do you have to go over the canal to get there, or is it within walking distance for the kids, families? It's,
Would have to go down Smith to the east and then north half a block, and then to the west further. About a quarter mile, I would assume.
okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay, so
So there
we,
you can see the park, there's the development,
okay,
and they would have to go to the east to get to the road that goes north.
that's a long ways. That is not a, okay. Okay. I guess my question for the council is that we've tried to be consistent and make sure that we're adequately caring for our kids, and I don't know how we do that. And I understand the challenge with this is that it doesn't pencil out. And so I appreciate that the side on development, that it has to pencil out. But then I guess the question is, what are we doing for our kids? Because if the development doesn't have room for a tot lot. So Randy, you said the motion, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to reframe my motion to include everything that I had previously stated, along with, I believe it's now lot 14, would be provided with an easement of sufficient size for the tot lot to be placed on that lot. But lot 14 is just, maybe I'm confused. Rodney, can you come up for a second? Parker, I mean. Am I looking at this? Is that a separate ownership from this? This is all owned by that one. Okay, so lot 14. Okay. So it's just, right, so it'd just be lot 14. So these are townhomes. Okay, all right. No, it's flipped. They said they flipped it. So lot 14 would include, it's almost 25 feet wide by the full length of this, which is a good 80 feet. So it's a good size area for a tot lot. We placed in the open green area just on lot 14. So there would be an easement added, worked out with staff of sufficient size for a tot lot. That's added to my motion.
I'll second that again.
Okay. So we have a motion in place and a second. Is there any further discussion? You could pose it to Rodney or to Parker. Parker, I am sorry. Good grief. So I'll let you guys visit. Yeah. I think so. Okay, Parker. Are we good? Is there any, go ahead.
His question was regarding if the easement would cut into his building space, which he he just couldn't build within that easement, but it doesn't cut down on his lot size requirement.
So that was your answer. Thank you,
Yes.
Parker. Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, you're good to go. Thank you. Okay, we're ready for public hearing number 6.5. This is an action item. This is a comprehensive plan map amendment from medium-density residential to residential mixed use, and a zoning map amendment from RS 8.5, single-family residential zoning district to a neighborhood business to allow an additional structure on a 3.78 acre parcel currently operating as a wedding event venue. This is located at 14095 North Nana Lane. For Kristen Lawrence. Kristen, are you here? Thank you for waiting, Kristen, and thank you for coming tonight.
And I'm still awake. Kristen Lawrence, 14095 North Nana Lane, here in Nampa. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members for hearing me tonight and for staying up way past most all of our bedtimes. I'm ready for bed, but.
Stop it. You're going to make me fall asleep.
So I'm Kristen Lawrence, and I have my daughter and son-in-law here with me. We're all the owners and operators of the Vintage Rose wedding venue. We do have some slideshows that we'll go through, and so you can see some pictures. We bought our property in August 2019. We can go to the next one. As a home for both of our families and also to continue operating as a wedding venue. Our special exception permit was obtained in 2011 by the previous owners, and it was transferred to us when we bought the property. Our property is tucked down a private lane on almost 4 acres of beautifully landscaped and manicured garden areas. At the entrance of our lane is the Rock Church, and then the acreage lies between the Phyllis Canal and Wilson Drain. And there's 13 acres surrounding us that are owned by our neighbors, the Eshelmans, who are still hanging in with us tonight, here to support us. And they own the 13 acres surrounding us to the north and the south. And then the west is all open farmland. Next slide, please, Doug. We currently use our special exception permit, which allows us to use our property as an outdoor venue for weddings and other special occasions. Our wedding season runs from mid-April through mid-October because we are an all-outdoor wedding venue, and we have an average of 1 to 3 events per week during that season. We have 2 outdoor main areas for events, and this one is the ceremony area, which our clients and guests spend little time here as they say their vows and there's light ceremony music, and then they head over to the reception area to celebrate for the remainder of the event. Next picture. The reception area is a 40 by 60 cement pad, and being in an outdoor venue in Idaho, the weather can be very unpredictable in the fall and the spring, and the summer months can be very hot, as we've all experienced for about 20-some days. At this time, so the clients have no protection from the weather because we are outdoor. The only option is to put up a tent, which is time-consuming and not very cost-effective. There's also nothing at our reception site to prohibit sound from traveling except for the mature trees and landscaping that surrounds our property. Since we opened in 2020, we bought in 2019, but we opened in 2020, we've taken several steps to help control the noise. A few of those things are our contracts all say that music can not be on any later than 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and Sunday through Thursday is 9 p.m., which falls well within the noise ordinance for the city. We don't allow any external subwoofers, which helps minimize the bass. We don't allow live bands. We don't allow them to point speakers to the north or south, which is where we don't have that other picture up, where we have the neighbors at. They have to point directly to our main house on the property. And we also check throughout every event the noise level with a decibel reader. 50 feet away, if it's above 60 to 70 decibels, we ask for it to be turned down. So making sure that our surrounding neighbors are happy is and has always been one of our main priorities since we began business. And we've been very responsive to any neighbors that have come to us with any concerns. And although we have all the steps that we do have in place, it still doesn't eliminate the sound completely. And last slide. Because we are sensitive to our neighbors' well-being and our clients' comfort from inclement weather, we thought the best way to eliminate both of these conflicts would be to build a structure over the existing cement pad that we have there. We have been, while talking with planning and zoning, we quickly realized that the only way to accomplish that was to apply to rezone because we already have the number of buildings that we can have. We have been in contact with a local company regarding the building of a structure, and this picture shows the 3D model of what that we've constructed so far, and this is just a similar building to what that would look like. It would take approximately 6 to 8 weeks to construct, and we plan on starting construction of the building as soon as we possibly can after our wedding season is over. There is a great demand and need for wedding venues in our area due to the substantial growth, and our venue has been very successful in filling this need, and we hope to continue for many years to come. We are also committed to doing everything we can to coexist with our neighbors, and completely open to communication. We're welcome for any communication about any concerns. So with that, please consider our request for rezoning, as we believe it's a huge benefit for our neighbors and the operation of our business. Thank you.
Kristen, thank you so much. Great presentation.
Thanks.
So council, do you have any questions at this time? Since you've gotten to sit here for a while tonight, you kind of know the routine. We'll come
Yes.
back to you in
Okay.
just a few
All right.
minutes.
Thanks.
Kristen, thank you. Staff. So let's see. I had Doug's name down, but who's on tonight? Is Doug? Doug, I can't see you. That's why. I couldn't see you over there.
Mayor, I'll bring this up here. I'm gonna have to close this out. Okay. That's not coming up, is it? Okay. I need to share that screen. Yeah. We good? Okay. My apologies here. There we go. Okay. Okay. Mayor and Council, Doug Critchfield, Principal Planner. So Kristen did a nice job in explaining the project. So I will let's move on to the next slide here. As was mentioned by the applicant, the property was annexed and zoned in 2007. The special exemption permit that they have currently on the property is currently active and will remain active regardless of the decision that's made here this evening. In terms of the current jurisdictional status, it does sit within the city limits. It's zoned RS 8.5 currently. The surrounding land uses are mostly residential with the exception of Lone Star Middle School, which is to the south of the property. The Dahl subdivision is in the county, and that is to the east. And that's about 600 feet from the subdivision to the closest property line to Vintage Rose. Mission Point to the north is about 370 feet, I believe. And then the Sonata Point subdivision is to the south. There are utilities. The transportation from this site is off of Lone Star Road and then up Nana Lane. This is an aerial of the property with the surrounding properties. You can see that, as was mentioned by Kristen, there's a large property that surrounds the site to the east. And then there's the Rock Church to the south and other residential properties as well, and then ag land to the west. And here's a close-up of the property. If you look at the image, what looks like a white building, white roof building, that's a temporary structure that is sitting on top of the pad that Kristen had shown you. So that's a temporary structure. And then just to the west of that, there's grass parking, and then the wedding venue is all the way up to the northwest side. That's their wedding area, outdoor wedding area. So the special exception permit allows for an outdoor wedding venue with special occasions and a grass parking area, and that's it. It does not allow any other commercial uses to occur on the property. It is transferable to another successor, so should the family decide to sell this venue, another family could come in and operate this venue with that special exemption permit. The repeal of the comprehensive plan language is in your staff report. Unless there's any questions, I'll move through some of these applicable regulations. I do have a couple of things that I want to point out here. In the 2040 comprehensive plan, in terms of the proposed residential mixed use setting, that can include both residential and non-residential uses, and so this property contains both.
The district that the applicant would like to zone to, the BN district, is a neighborhood business district, and it's intended to be compatible with neighborhood uses. For this type of a use, typically a conditional use permit would be required, but in this case, the special exception permit operates as a conditional use permit. The conclusions of law are stated in your staff report. These are the standard conclusions of law for a rezone. In terms of the agency correspondence, we had some, then again, that's stated in your staff report. There wasn't anything that was egregious or outstanding. We did have some general public correspondence, largely for the Planning and Zoning Commission. These were also placed in your staff report. Letters primarily about incidental issues with noise that were addressed by the applicant quickly, as well as concerns about any speeding drivers along Lone Star. And there's also some expression about concerns about future development if that were to go in on that 13-acre parcel adjacent to the Vintage Rose property. In terms of support, the property owners that live adjacent or operate the Rock Church to the property all supported this. They've mentioned that the applicants have been very good about responding to any concerns about noise. Just a couple of things in the staff analysis on this. The Planning and Zoning Commission did ask that we put together a development agreement for this property. And we have gone over all of the conditions that are listed in the staff report for you this evening with the applicant, and they are in agreement with those. So that would be forthcoming should you decide to move forward with this tonight. It's also we should note that they are well within the noise limitations set by city code in Title VI. And these are the recommended conditions of approval as stated in your staff report in the potential motions, and I stand for any questions.
Accessibility for fire engine access. Through the development, can't read the name of the road there that goes along the parking south of the church, and then goes on a 45-degree angle to what appears to be a bridge that crosses over.
Yes.
Does that meet fire engine access requirements?
Yes, fire made comments about that through the special exemption permit, and I believe that there were comments given to us as well. They had no opposition.
So they can cross over and provide fire service to this development. That's the main thing I'm concerned about, is just to make sure that the structures are safe if they're doing something like that.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Doug? Okay, Doug, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Appreciate it. Okay, this is a public hearing, and we do have a couple of people signed up. Is Jennifer Chavez here from Blaine Avenue? Didn't she sign up on the last one too? Okay, so I'm not sure if it was the right hearing. So Angela Eichelman, did you want to testify? We have you noted here as in favor. You and your husband. Oh, Angela, I'm sorry. Okay, and then Kurt? Okay, sorry about that. So Angela is duly noted that she was supportive. And Kurt, thank you. And your address is?
My name is Kurt Eshelman. My address is 11169 Lyle Drive. Excuse me. As stated, we do own the property that more or less surrounds the wedding venue on 3 sides. In full disclosure, I originally owned the wedding venue as well. We sold the property and built directly across the Wilson Creek from where the wedding venue is currently. So my house, actually the one just above the red square with the long drive and the circle and so on, that's our new home. And you can see we're relatively close to the actual reception area. We have found that we have a very good relationship with the Lawrences and Clouds, and that when we have called, as when they were starting, they had a few times when it got pretty loud, and I would give them a call and say, hey, you might want to check that out. Within minutes, the sound level went down. The one thing I am really in support of in this meeting is the thing that we were not able to do, was build a second building because of the, if you look at their drawings, they already have 2 sheds on the building, and that's all you can have. And so on that property, they have found a way to come and have it rezoned for the sole purpose of helping with the noise. And yes, it'll give them a better protection from the wind, weather, and we do get that out there. But the real stated reason, and the reason I support it wholeheartedly, is that it will help control the noise. Now, they shut off promptly at 10 o'clock and at 9 o'clock. I have not had any issues. This year has been really much better than last year as far as all of those things they've learned as they've gone on. So I understand the need for it. Excuse me. I don't like our air condition we have right now going on in the valley. But they have learned so much from it. I know some of the neighbors in the Dahl subdivision have complained about the noise. I've talked with a few of them myself. I understand, but I will say they have also complained about everything else that's happened in the neighborhood. So that's kind of normal. We're just in support of it. Thank you.
Can I ask you a quick question? Where's the Dahl subdivision on that
Dahl
map?
subdivision is the one immediately to the right-hand side there of my property. The Phyllis Canal makes that weird shape. The Dahl is the county subdivision that's kind of, they're at least 600 feet away from the wedding venue.
Okay, can you go back to that other picture that was there? And thank you. That one. Okay, so they're the subdivision right there. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's it because Kristen, the applicant, has already spoken and she was on this list. So is there anyone else here this evening that had intended to testify on this public hearing? And no one online? Okay, so council, Kristen, do you have any closing comments? Anything you'd like to share? I don't unless you have any more questions. Okay, council, do you have any questions for Kristen? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? This is council discussion. I'd just like to make one comment, just real quickly. Rodney and I talked about this. I support what they're doing. I think it's great, and I see the need for it. The concern I had was spot zoning, and then it was also setting the precedent for a future land use because of this rezone, right? Because you know how we have a tendency in council to say, and this is to the west is this and whatever. So that was the only concern I had. And so I asked, is there a different way to accomplish this? Because I think it's a great use and it's a great way to accomplish it. I don't know if anybody else is thinking along those lines, but Rodney answered it and said actually that there really wasn't another way to do it without a rezone to be appropriate. So Rodney, do you have any other comments beyond that? Just, I actually think it's great what they're doing and would support going that direction so they can do it.
So Mayor, the only other thing I'd say is that I spoke with our attorney and just confirmed again about spot zoning and what that means. You can redesignate this land use in the comprehensive plan to the appropriate designation and then rezone it to that designation that fits within it, or to the zone that fits within that designation. So that's the only thing I'd say is that it is legal to do. It's a little bit clunky because we have this exception. It was done in the county. It came in to the city as an existing use and got an exception, a special exception. we really don't have that anymore. But it's a little bit clunky, a little bit hard to figure out what to do in this situation, but that was the only way we could figure out to make it work.
Perfect, thank you, because it is an existing land use. They're already doing what they're doing, and it's a great use of the property, and I support private enterprise. So it was just, how do you get it done appropriately? So anyway, my only comments. What's the will of the council? For a motion?
Is this two motions?
Yes, Councilwoman Levi.
I would move that we accept the comprehensive plan map amendment from medium-density residential to residential mixed use for Kristen Lawrence in the Vintage Rose in case number ZMA-135-21, and were there conditions of approval? Were there conditions?
Yes, there were,
And-
with conditions of
and
approval.
include the conditions of approval.
There's two motions, okay? So she said she moves to approve the comprehensive plan map amendment for medium-density residential to residential mixed use. And then is there a second? I don't see more than that one motion up there. Then we need to do that one. Okay, so do you want to do two separate votes, or do we want to do them both? Does it matter? Two separate, okay, so we're back on the first one? Okay, it has been moved that we approve the comprehensive plan map amendment as stated at 14095 North Nana Lane. Who seconded that? Has there been a second?
That was with recommended conditions.
With recommended conditions of approval. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Munchy?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Levi?
Yes.
Okay, and the second motion,
Mayor?
and it's up on the screen if you want to read it from there.
I'll just make it up. Just make it up. I'd move that we approve the zoning map amendment from RS 85 to zoning district to be in neighborhood business for an additional structure for the Vintage Rose and Kristen Lawrence in case number ZMA-135-21.
Second.
With any, and
With recommended conditions of approval. is fine,
thank
yes.
you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Yes.
Werner? Munchy?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Then
Yes.
Rodriguez? And Levi?
Yes.
Okay, Kristen, there you go. You're done. Yes.
Thanks for remaining with us.
Yes. And we have one more public hearing. Is that you guys? Oh, wow, you got the short straw tonight. I am so sorry. Thank you. Pardon? We have two. Oh, my goodness.
These should be quick.
Who's our other one? You guys. You're here for one, too? No, you're just watching. They're online. Okay. Wow. I feel for them. Okay, item 6.6 is an action item. This is a zoning map amendment from single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, zoning district, and a short plat approval for Lions View Estate subdivision at 707 Davis Avenue for 4 single-family home detached dwelling units for Kenneth Moore. Hi, come on up.
So, yeah, my name is Ken Moore. I live at 707 Davis Avenue, Nampa. And we're looking at changing from RA to RS6, which everything else is RS6. We're going to do 4 new homes, single family, 1,600 square feet or bigger, if we can get it. And then, yeah, we'll do all the frontage, sidewalk, gutter, curb, and all that, right across from the park. So, pretty simple.
Wonderful. Great. Are there any questions? Okay, we'll have you back.
Okay.
Okay. Staff report.
All right, we'll keep this thing moving.
Thank you.
The requested action from zoning map amendment from RA to RS6. for 4 family homes. It is medium-density residential in the future land use map. To the north is Lions Park. To the south are duplexes. To the east, single-family homes, and to the west, single-family homes. May this year, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. 1.6 miles to Fire Station Number 1, 1.4 miles to the closest police department. Here's the aerial view of the property. It is right here, and it extends to the south back. The home the existing home will stay, and it will take access from Purple Sage. The conclusions of law, I won't cover those. Those are in your staff report. As you can see, the plat proposes 5 lots. The existing home will stay on lot 1. So 4 additional homes will be built behind that existing home on 1.04 acres. Yeah. To the left is the landscape plan. The frontage will be landscaped. A driveway will be placed on the west side of the property, extending down to the southernmost lot. And as I stated before, the existing home on the front will take access from Purple Sage. It won't access the driveway that's going to be placed. There are accessory structures existing. Those will need to be removed because the proposed lot lines will extend through those accessory structures. And that was part of building department conditions. School district would like to have sidewalks and street lighting along the frontage, and that would be part of the conditions, staff conditions. Comments were received from the public. 1 letter was received in support. 1 letter was received with questions about the fencing and utilities and tree removal. Staff was able to answer questions involving the fencing and the utilities. The question regarding how those trees will be removed may need to be answered by the applicant.
Parker, what was the answer on the fencing?
So the
that you
fencing
answered?
will be removed while the construction is going on, but will be replaced after it is finished. And as far as the utilities, the boxes are going to be moved with the emplacement of the driveway. The land use fits in with the surrounding land uses. There isn't concern there. The proposed density is 3.85, and that fits within the medium density designation. The schools, Willow Creek Elementary is less than a mile. That's within walking distance. The other schools are outside of walking distance. Keep in mind that there's stretches of Smith Avenue that don't have sidewalk at the moment. Regarding the plat, all the building lots exceed 6,000 square feet, with the smallest being 7,000. Lot averaging, lot compatibility don't apply for short plats. Right-of-way dedication is 40 feet from section line of Davis. The landscaping plan appears to be acceptable. There's no open space or pathways proposed with this subdivision. The conditions of approval are all those in your staff report, as well as any that you would like to add. One thing that I'll point out here, we have 2 separate motions. Going forward, when a subdivision is attached to a rezone or an annexation, we're gonna bring it forward to you to approve the plat if it's attached to one of those motions. So this is one of those cases, so we'll have you make a motion on the rezone as well as the short plat. and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Parker, there's budding residential. Is there a landscape requirement? This drive lane that's being put along the west boundary has no landscaping that separates it from the adjoining property. Is there not a 5-foot at least landscape requirement?
There is not adjoining a abutting residential property, just from the frontage.
I thought there was at least a 15-foot.
There's, Councilman, there's a setback requirement, but not a landscape requirement.
Okay, so you can put the road in the land, well, the setback. That seems a little odd to me, but if that's the way our ordinance reads.
Yes, if you think about former council member, attorney.
Bruce Dog?
Scoggs, thank you. His property there, remember the access to his property was right on the edge of the property.
Well, then we should
That's
make
true.
them have to put in a landscape. Yeah.
Are there any
Because he
other,
got away with it.
yeah, are there any other questions for Parker? Parker, thank you. So this is a public hearing, and actually, the only person we had signed up was Ken Moore. Yep, is that correct? Oh, I'm sorry, Samantha. Is Samantha here? Is there,
Mayor?
Yeah.
According to her letter, it says that she was going to try to join by Zoom, because I was just going to ask questions about her.
It also says no to speaking here.
she doesn't desire to speak, she's neutral. Do you guys have any, do we have anyone online? We don't, okay. And she seemed neutral. I mean, her comment is neutral here. Okay.
When-
Did you have a further?
Yeah, Mayor, when the applicant comes back up, I'll just, for the record, I'll go ahead and ask some of the questions that she's written.
Okay,
If that's okay.
that would be great, thank you. Okay, is there anyone here that had intended to testify and see no one and that no one is online? This is an opportunity for the applicant to come back. So Kim, why don't you come back and we'll allow Councilwoman Levi to ask you the questions.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
I'm just taking these directly from her letter.
Right.
She has, currently has a fence and a retaining wall. Will that be left alone or will that be removed? And I know you talked about the fence being taken down, but what about her retaining wall?
Yes, so that will be put back once the road is, or the shared driveway is completed.
Does that affect the retaining wall as well?
Yes, so there is part of it that's failing anyway, so we're just gonna fix that.
And let's see, there will, I'm sorry, I'm just going ahead and reading. There will be a tree removal. Will they need access to my property at any time to safely remove trees?
I don't know, I don't think so, but if they do, then we can work that out with them. And I mean, I'm having it professionally done, it's not me.
And there is a power electrical box right where the entrance will be. Will my property be without power for an extended period of time during construction?
I hope not, because I'm on that same power pole, so. But no, we're gonna work with them to minimize any downtime for that, so. But I can't imagine that they would be down power, so.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring those
Yep.
to your attention, so thank
Sure.
you.
No problem.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, so I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. All in favor? Rodney, I just have a quick question, which just came to my mind. On a development agreement, and actually this is not for your area, but on something like this, we don't do a development agreement. But in the development agreement, something new that we included was that if you interrupt any utility, that the developer has a responsibility to restore it within 24 hours very quickly. What do we do in something like this where there isn't a development agreement?
So Mayor, traditionally, we we've instituted a development agreement in a rezone or an annexation, and then we would come back with that development agreement for you to read. We're trying to notice that better in the paper. when there's a possibility. There was some question, Todd and I had, our legal counsel and I had some conversation about advertising that to the public, that we're proposing a development agreement. So I'm going to try to include that in all rezones in the future as a potential that we do a development agreement. But traditionally, we've always said, if you want to put those conditions in place, you can institute a development agreement.
So future practice is a development agreement will come in with a rezone. Actually, in some ways, there should always be a development agreement. But however, we don't need another process that we have to approve. But what I'm thinking is, we just need to ensure, and this isn't about you guys at all, I'm just thinking principally, we need to ensure that in the course of development, even in something small, that if service is interrupted to an adjoining property, that it immediately gets restored.
Yeah.
And so I'm just not sure how we can ensure that as a city. So maybe at another time, if you guys would talk about that. We've had it, and it was quite unfortunate, and I thought, I don't ever want that to happen again. So.
I think that approach in the future of us just advertising for a development agreement, whether or not you decide to include that, may be able to solve that problem.
That you could, okay.
Yeah.
And actually, you just say, hey, if you do interrupt it, thank you for fixing it in the meantime. Okay. So what is the will of the council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to.
Go for it.
Yep.
Yes.
I'd like to approve the zoning map amendment from RA to RS6 for the Lions View Estate subdivision for Kenneth Moore with all conditions listed in the staff report approval.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
And Bauer?
Yes.
Jacob, do you want to do the next one?
Yep, I'd also like to approve the short plat approval for Lion View Estate subdivision. As in our packet with any recommendations of approval.
With all conditions listed in the staff report. Perfect. And was that a second? Okay, Councilwoman Levi seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
And Bauer?
Yes.
We wish you the best as you get this done. Have fun. Good for you.
Start building tonight.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry you guys were so late. Okay, so our last public hearing this evening is action item 6.7. This is annexation and zoning to RS7 for East Canyon Elementary at 18408 Northside Boulevard to connect the school to utility services. This is representing, Kristen McNeil is representing the Valley View School District. And Kristen, are you online? Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you so much for your time tonight. I'm Kristen McNeil with the Land Group, located at 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle, and I'm here representing Valley View School District in this application. So let me just share my screen. I have a couple of quick slides here. Okay. So this property is located along Northside Boulevard at 18408 Northside Boulevard on the east side of Northside and south of the future extension of Spruce Street. And as noted, the building is currently there, East Canyon Elementary School. And this application is to annex and zone in order to connect to public utilities. This little graphic in the corner is just a graphic that shows potential routing of the utilities. The water line will come along Northside Boulevard, and that is the first phase of this, which we hope to apply for in the next couple of weeks to move forward with that process. Later on, it would be fire sprinkler and the fire loop. And once the Heartland subdivision, which is to the east, develops, I think it's the third phase, we would have access to sewer. And then further on, the school district anticipates to do some future site improvements along with that as well. We are in agreement with the staff report. We would like to clarify condition 2. Just to clarify that the school district can maintain their pressure irrigation system well until they can connect to the Nampa Meridian Irrigation District system in the future. They don't have plans. The condition 2 asks that the wells be abandoned when they connect to water. So we just want to clarify that those are two separate things. There's the well for the irrigation system can maintain. And with that, we respectfully request your approval tonight, and we'll stand for questions.
Kristen, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Kristen? Okay, thank you very much. Rodney, this is pretty straightforward. Can we do a fast staff report? Thank you.
Okay, Mayor and Council, the request action is as stated by the applicant. You can see here on the comprehensive plan, and it's totally surrounded by medium density, but it is designated for education, public administration, healthcare, and other institutions. The proposed zoning is for RS7, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The utilities are available to the project, and she's already clarified that. That's their site plan. I'm not going to state the applicable regulations, but they're all in your packet. And the conditions for the RS7 zone. Nampa Engineering's comments are on the screen. There are just a couple of things I need to point out there. Number 6 is that the bicycle and pedestrian master plan reflects a 10-foot side path to be constructed along Northside Boulevard, but it's constrained in this area. The width is constrained in this area, and so it's unclear how we're going to accomplish that at this location.
Will there be some type of a pathway?
So I
Or
think,
what's the,
Caleb, I think the approach here is for them to do a sidewalk, but I mean, I believe they have, see on that aerial view, we should be able to see. I don't think they have a sidewalk in that location. So what's engineering's perspective there? Do you require it? The other developments did a side path. I think they just did sidewalk. Okay. Sidewalk in that location.
thank you.
And utilities are available, right-of-way dedication, pretty standard conditions. You can see here her comment about number 2. This was from engineering. Any on-site wells or septic systems shall be abandoned and or removed in accordance with the local and state regulations. So I would suggest that we just modify that in the motion. Other correspondence, Title IV shall be followed, pretty standard stuff. Fits our comprehensive plan and public interest. There was some discussion about, I think we had on the original proposal, the recommendation for a 25-foot chamfer at the northwest corner. That's been modified since then, and it should be the southeast corner. So there's that diagram there. And those are all the recommended conditions of approval. And then here is the potential motion for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Rodney? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up to testify in favor of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here this evening or online that has interest in testifying? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back and have any closing comments or any questions from the council for Kristen.
No, just thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for waiting so long. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the annexation and zoning to RS7, zoning for East Canyon Elementary at 18408 Northside Boulevard in order to connect to the school utility services for the land group representing Valley School District with stated conditions of approval and allowing them to maintain their pressurized irrigation until they can connect to the Nampa Meridian irrigation system.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Any comment on the sidewalk? Do we need
Do we need a comment, guys, on the sidewalk? We'll wait until they're done. I think what I understand from Caleb is that it'll be a sidewalk rather than a pathway. Caleb, is it correct that this will be a sidewalk rather than a pathway?
So that is, does
Yes.
that need to be in the conditions of approval or?
No?
No.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I was just trying to find the graph where it indicated if schools are approved use in an RS zone, and I think I just found it, although in one location it's not permitted, in another location it is. So I assume they've done their due diligence, and it's a permitted use in an RS zone.
Correct, Rodney?
Yeah, I can pull that up for you if you need me to.
We trust your opinion.
Found it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Werner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Mucci?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I would like a motion to adjourn into executive. Oh, Kristen, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for being here tonight. Waiting. Thank you. Okay, so we have a couple of additional, we do have agenda items, but we do have a public hearing that we need to adjourn into, and then we will come back and conclude a couple of action items following. So at this time, I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061J to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74206A, 1A, and B of Idaho Code.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Okay, I think we're back, and I'd like to, would appreciate a motion, a motion to adjourn out of executive session.
Second. Was
So moved by Muncy, seconded by Rodriguez. All in favor? Okay, so we have two more action items that we need to get through. The first one is in new business, and it is action item 5.8, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract with the Nampa Police Protective Agency. It has been reviewed and approved by legal. You know, it's funny because I asked that question. We asked the question on the agenda. It's the association, not the agency. Thank you.
Do we need to amend our motion then?
Yes, please.
Okay, so.
You would authorize the mayor to sign a contract with the Nampa Police Protective Association.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Turner?
Yes.
Levi? Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
And Muncy.
Yes.
And under unfinished business, this is action item 7.3, and it's the first reading of ordinance for a development agreement modification to modify the concept plan ordinance number 3528, Exhibit B, from 3 commercial buildings and associated parking to a concept plan for single-family townhome residential for Sterling Commons subdivision located at 905 South Middleton Road. This is for Bonnie Layton, representing Sterling Land Development, and I believe that we have a comment from legal counsel on this particular item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. This item, the development agreement, does not contain the condition that was included regarding the 25% or 11 units be 55 and over in this project. I believe this condition for 55 and over will not meet the narrow exception requirements under the Fair Housing Act in this particular application and on this site. And since it's very likely that this is unlawful, I recommend that that condition not be included in the development agreement. And then I understand that the applicant has also provided the updated site plan reflective of the conditions.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, approving the amended development agreement with Sterling Land Development, Inc., and Idaho Corporation, modifying the concept plan in ordinance 3528, limiting the number of townhomes on the site, limiting building height, specifying garage orientation, requiring a landscape buffer, specifying roof styles and materials, requiring playground equipment in common open space, requiring a crosswalk at the Lake Lowell/Middleton Road intersection, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to adopt the ordinance as read with the understanding that the senior housing component requirement has been eliminated from the development agreement.
And under
suspension of rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Brunner?
Yes.
Munchy?
Yes.
Levi? No. Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that concludes our meeting this evening. I would stand for a motion to adjourn.